So it is Senior Luo Hai. Yang Kai looked towards Luo Hai with some difficulty and frowned. I wonder what Senior's intentions are? A faint smile appeared on Luo Hai's face, and instead of answering, he asked, "The two of you seem to be in a hurry. Where do you plan on going?" "Naturally, we wish to leave here and return to Shadowed Star. Does Senior have some kind of objection?" "Of course not." Luo Hai slowly shook his head. "But old Joe, Sister Lei, and the others are all waiting to discuss with this friend. The two of you leaving without even saying goodbye is not very appropriate. Is it? It is somewhat impolite." Yang Kai gently nodded. "But we truly must rush back to Shadowed Star as soon as possible. Since we've seen Senior here by chance, we will have to bother Senior to relay our apologies for not being able to bid our farewells in person." "That won't do." Luo Hai obviously didn't intend to compromise. "They have all been waiting for quite some time now, so you too must come back with this king." Sir Luo Hai's words are somewhat unreasonable. Qian Tong took a deep breath and spoke. "Whether we go or stay is our decision to make. Why does Sir Luo Hai insist on forcing us to remain?" He had learned from Yang Kai that Luo Hai had ill intentions towards them, so he didn't bother acting polite. Having just broken through to the Origin King realm, Qian Tong was in very high spirits, so even facing Luo Hai, he didn't intend to flinch. Luo Hai glanced over at Qian Tong and his eyes flashed. Qian Tong immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body shivering as his face went pale and his eyes bulged, immediately realizing the immense gap between him and Luo Hai. After giving Qian Tong a small lesson, Luo Hai smiled happily towards Yang Kai. "You should consider well before replying to this king. And I'll give you 10 breaths." His attitude was completely inflexible. Yang Kai's face sank as he never expected a master of this level to be so shameless. Qian Tong and Yang Kai's eyes met, and they could both see each other's helplessness. When facing Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, even a third-order Origin King might not be able to defeat him, not to mention Yang Kai and Qian Tong. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye, and Luo Hai asked faintly, "Have you considered?" As he spoke, the solidification of the surrounding space became stronger and stronger, making it more and more difficult for Qian Tong and Yang Kai to move. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai and signaled that he would follow his lead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I have." "Oh? And what is your answer?" "To comply." Luo Hai showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Is impossible," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Qian Tong's body emitted a weak domain, one that allowed them to contend with the star force of Green Mountain Star. Bit his tongue, then sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Qian Tong's life essence was hidden in this blood fog and quickly transformed into an arrow that shot towards Luo Hai at lightning speed. Impudence! Luo Hai was furious. No one had dared challenge him before on Green Mountain Star. Yang Kai and Qian Tong were the first. Glaring sullenly at Qian Tong, Luo Hai simply waved his hand and the blood arrow that was shot at him shattered. At the same time, Qian Tong was sent flying, his chest caving in as more blood sprayed from his mouth. His face instantly went as pale as paper. "Die!" Luo Hai's eyes flashed coldly, not intending to let off Qian Tong for this insult. Having already torn face, Luo Hai had no intention of showing mercy. In any case, they were at the edge of the starry sky, almost beyond the range of Green Mountain Star's world principles. No one could perceive their battle here. His biggest goal was Yang Kai. As for Qian Tong, his life or death didn't matter. Stretching out his hand, Luo Hai condensed a ball of white light at his fingertip before suddenly sending out a beam towards Qian Tong. At that moment, however, a booming sound of thunder and lightning appeared above Luo Hai's head, along with an aura that caused him to pale greatly. Luo Hai's expression changed dramatically, and as he looked up, his eyes shrank fiercely. Above his head, a black cloud had appeared, and in that cloud, countless tiny arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth. Although these lightning arcs were small, each one contained a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. Even Luo Hai was deeply shocked. Suddenly realizing something, he turned to look at Yang Kai and found that this boy was now holding a dark blue bead in his hand, which he was madly pouring his Saint Chi into. There were lightning arcs on the surface of this bead, which greatly resembled the ones currently above his head. What was this little boy plotting? What was this strange bead? Luo Hai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could see through the mysteries of this inexplicable blue bead, the countless tiny lightning arcs above his head rained down and shrouded his figure. Intense crackling sounds rang out. Luo Hai's angry roar instantly resounded through the sky and directly impacted the surrounding star field. Green Mountain Star shook in response to its star master's anger. At this moment, the entire Green Mountain Star seemed to tremble, with the earth trembling and tsunamis forming, as if it was the advent of Armageddon. Green Mountain Star's trillions of inhabitants all paled. Old Jiu and the others leapt to their feet as well, their faces filled with shock. "It's Sir Luo Hai." A hint of panic appeared on the face of the old woman surnamed Lei. Who made him so angry? Who could make him so angry? Everyone raised their heads to look towards the sky, their eyes seemingly penetrating through the barriers of space as they detected something unusual. "Emperor pressure," Li Wanning exclaimed, her pretty face draining of all color. The others trembled as well. They were origin kings, able to stand atop the clouds and overlook all living beings. But in front of the legendary starry sky great emperor, they were still nothing but ants. The moment they felt this emperor pressure, all of them were astonished. However, why would emperor pressure suddenly appear in the starry sky above Green Mountain Star? And why did this emperor pressure carry a rich murderous intent with it? What had happened to Luo Hai? Everyone looked around at each other, wanting to take a closer look, but none of them daring to do so, without even mentioning the fact that they could not resist the intense emperor pressure. If they were to accidentally spy on something Luo Hai did not wish them to see, they would certainly suffer for it. All they could do was stand in place with dignified expressions, waiting quietly while silently feeling the changes around them. At the edge of the starry sky, a 10,000-kilometer sphere radius was filled with countless tiny arcs of lightning that flashed back and forth. It was akin to a world of thunder and lightning. Luo Hai's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared towards a certain direction, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Emperor artifact! You actually have an emperor artifact. Little brat, you've forced this king's hand. Now, even if you don't want to die, you must." He never expected that Yang Kai possessed a heaven-defying emperor artifact. Only an emperor artifact could tear through the shackles he had placed on Yang Kai and Chen Tong and allow them to depart safely. Naturally, Luo Hai had heard of emperor artifacts. These were artifacts used by the Great Emperor and had been marked with the Great Emperor's aura, hence the term emperor artifact. But throughout the star field, although emperor artifacts were famous, no one had personally seen one in over 10,000 years. No one even knew what the emperor artifacts looked like or what kind of amazing powers they had. Luo Hai was experiencing all of this firsthand this time. If not for Yang Kai's low cultivation, and for him being within the range of Green Mountain Star's star force, the blow just now would probably have been enough to hurt him. A second-order origin returning realm boy hurting a second-order origin king was nothing but a fantasy. But this little brat named Yang Kai almost managed to achieve just that. Many thoughts flashed through his mind before Luo Hai's eyes lit up and he muttered aloud, "Annihilation Thunder Bead. That should be the legendary Annihilation Thunder Bead." Every artifact used by the Great Emperor was famous, and while ordinary cultivators may not have heard much about them, Luo Hai, as a Star Master and a second-order origin king, had naturally heard about the Annihilation Thunder Bead. After feeling the power of this Emperor artifact for himself, Luo Hai immediately judged that it was the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Luo Hai grinned and let out a burst of fierce laughter. If he could obtain the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would definitely be able to exert most of the Emperor artifact's power. At that time, even if he were to face a third-order origin king, he would have the confidence to win. He, Luo Hai, would instantly become the strongest in the star field. The lightning arcs gradually weakened and then disappeared. The starry sky once again regained its calm. "You want to run?" Luo Hai flicked his sleeve, and with his hands behind his back, like he was taking a leisurely stroll through his courtyard, he flew out hundreds of kilometers, chasing after Yang Kai. Without even mentioning the origin essence crystal in Yang Kai's hands, Just the Annihilation Thunder Bead was enough for Luo Hai to never let Xianxia escape. He wanted the Annihilation Thunder Bead as well as that Origin Essence Crystal. What surprised him, though, was that right now he could only feel Xianxia's aura in the distance, while Qian Tong seemed to have vanished entirely. Not only that, but Xianxia also seemed to have disappeared inexplicably for a time, to the point where even Luo Hai was unable to sense how he had moved. A distance of 10,000 kilometers from Luo Hai, Xianxia was desperately pushing his Saint Qi and adjusting his breathing while running away, his face extremely solemn. Although he had escaped from Luo Hai's suppression with the help of the Annihilation Thunder Bead and left the bounds of Green Mountain Star, even without Green Mountain Star support, Luo Hai was still a genuine second-order Origin King. Escaping from him would be incredibly difficult. What's more, using the Annihilation Thunder Bead had almost emptied all the Saint Qi in Xianxia's body. He had no choice but to explode a drop of pure golden blood to restore himself. The more Saint Qi poured into the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the greater the power it could display. Even if it was used by a third-order Origin King, it would definitely not be able to exert its full might. Xianxia estimated that he could only bring out 10% of the Thunder Bead's power. There was also a stinging pain in his head as his knowledge sea rolled and cracked, a clear sign he had overused his spiritual energy. This kind of wound wasn't too serious, and in normal times Xianxia would not even pay it much mind. All he would need to do was rest for a few days. Then, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, his knowledge sea would be completely restored. But how could he spare any time to recuperate in his current predicament? Throwing a number of pills into his mouth, Xianxia tried his best to accumulate some spiritual energy as quickly as possible. Only by doing so would he have a chance to escape. Fortunately, these pills were handmade by Xianxia, so each of them was of extremely high grade and quality. When the pills entered his stomach, they instantly turned into a stream of heat, which flooded his body and began supplementing the Saint Qi and spiritual energy he had lost. He had taken Qian Tong into the sealed world bead after the latter took a blow from Luo Hai. Qian Tong had suffered some injuries, and although they weren't too serious, it was undoubtedly better for him to not fight again at this moment. In the unlikely event that Luo Hai's assault caused Qian Tong's realm to fall, it would become a lifelong regret. Qian Tong had just broken through to the Origin King realm after all, and his realm had not stabilized yet. In terms of cultivation, Xianxia was far below the current Qian Tong, but in terms of being able to escape, Xianxia was confident he would not lose to anyone. His speed was already extremely fast, and with his wind and thunder wings spread out behind him, he was able to soar through the star field like a bolt of lightning. However, Luo Hai's speed was still superior, and the 10,000-kilometer gap between was noticeably shortened in just a cup of tea's worth of time. Feeling a strong pressure coming from behind him, Xianxia immediately understood that Luo Hai was closing in. "Boy, cooperate with this king obediently and this king may spare you. If you continue to defy this king, don't blame me for being merciless." Luo Hai's threatening voice clearly reached Xianxia's ears. Xianxia naturally ignored him and continued to flee. Facing such an opponent, he did not have any intention to fight. Only by running as fast as possible was there a chance he could survive. "You court death." Luo Hai was furious when he saw Xianxia disregard him. Now, just 1,000 kilometers away from Xianxia, he stretched out his hand and condensed a ball of energy at his fingertip and in the next instant, shot it out at a terrifying speed towards Xianxia. Feeling the murderous aura approaching from behind, Xianxia grit his teeth and pushed his space force, stretching out his hands, grabbing the space in front of him, and tore it apart. A void crack immediately appeared in front of him. Xianxia flew into the void crack and disappeared in the blink of an eye, a moment after which Luo Hai's attack pierced through his afterimage. "A void crack!" Luo Hai called out in surprise, and with a flicker, he arrived at the position where Xianxia disappeared. He wanted to follow Xianxia and rush into the chaotic void. But Xianxia obviously didn't give him this opportunity and sealed the void crack behind him. "This boy is proficient in the Tao of space," Luo Hai muttered in shock. After reaching such a height in his cultivation, Luo Hai had seldom been surprised by anything, but Xianxia had repeatedly shocked him. First summoning the Emperor artifact, then casually tearing space. How extraordinary was this little brat? Possessing an Emperor artifact could be written off as Xianxia simply having had an extremely profound opportunity in some unknown place in the past. However, even Luo Hai had never heard of someone possessing the ability to tear space freely. Among the Starfield's trillions of cultivators, there were indeed a few who cultivated the Tao of space, but the few people Luo Hai knew about had only dabbled in this field and could at best patch slightly damaged space arrays. How could that even compare to the ability to tear space? Is this your trump card? No wonder you dared display such impudence in front of this king, Luo Hai said gloomily before chuckling lightly. But if you think this is enough for you to escape from this king's palm, you are gravely mistaken. As soon as his words fell, he released his terrifying divine sense outwards. After only 3 breaths, his eyes flashed and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Oh, seems you're quite quick, little boy. You unexpectedly managed to flee 5,000 kilometers. Taking a deep breath, Saint Chi exploded from Luo Hai's body and he shot forward like a comet, rapidly approaching Yang Kai's position. 5,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai had only managed to take a few breaths before he felt a powerful divine sense lock onto his position, one he could not throw off. Looking back, in the distant starry sky, a stream of light was rapidly approaching him. Yang Kai grit his teeth, reached out his hands and tore space once more. A moment later, Luo Hai arrived and came to a halt. After expanding his divine sense for the second time and searching for Yang Kai's location, he set off in pursuit again. One escaped, one pursued, the distance sometimes narrowing and sometimes expanding, but the atmosphere was always extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he must not fall into Luo Hai's hands, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Time flew by and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai's originally calm and relaxed mood, as if victory was in his hand, had long ago disappeared and been replaced by fierce anger. He thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he would never be able to escape his palm. The Tao of space was extremely mysterious, and any cultivator who was proficient in it was extremely difficult to kill. But compared to Luo Hai, Yang Kai's cultivation was simply too low. How much Saint Chi and spiritual energy was required to tear space even once, Luo Hai did not know. But he estimated that the cost was not small. He only needed to follow after Yang Kai, and once his prey grew weak, he would be able to easily capture him. This was his plan all along. But what surprised Luo Hai was that during this past half a month, Yang Kai had torn space at least 200 times, and every time he was able to escape a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. What's more, as time passed, the distance he escaped seemed to be increasing, likely a result of Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space increasing due to the intense pressure he was under. Worse yet, the little brat showed no signs of exhaustion. How could he have so much Saint Chi to splurge? Where was he getting all his spiritual energy from? Even taking high-grade pills constantly would not allow him to escape for such a long time. Luo Hai was completely baffled. Nevertheless, he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was correct, and that Yang Kai would eventually have no choice but to stop from exhaustion. Luo Hai's assumptions were indeed correct. Yang Kai needed to consume a huge amount of Saint Chi and spiritual energy to tear space, and after 2 months of fleeing like this, he was akin to a lamp without oil. Fortunately, he still had more than enough Saint Chi to spare, as all he needed to do was explode a drop of pure golden blood to refill his reserves. Spiritual energy was another matter, however. Yang Kai was consuming spiritual energy at a terrifying rate, faster than he could restore it. If it weren't for him possessing a supreme treasure like the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai would have already been rendered powerless. Even so, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. He had taken a lot of pills already and almost exhausted the ones which were capable of restoring his spiritual energy. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only swallow raw herbs that helped restore spiritual energy now. Although swallowing such herbs was nothing short of wasting heaven's precious gifts and was extremely inefficient. In the middle of this desperate escape, how could Yang Kai care about such things? As a side effect, though, pushing his limits again and again was unconsciously expanding Yang Kai's knowledge sea as well as strengthening his spiritual energy. His mastery of the Tao of space was also increasing with time. But Yang Kai didn't notice this as all his energy was focused on escaping from Luo Hai's tracking. After thinking about it for so long, Yang Kai knew there was only one option. He had to hide inside the sealed world bead. However, this method was far too risky, and once Luo Hai found where he was hiding, he would become akin to a turtle hiding in its shell. He didn't dare to do this unless he had no other choice. 5 more days passed. The pursuer and pursued had now crossed an unknowable part of the star field, but Luo Hai was relentless, remaining not far behind Yang Kai the entire time, forcing the latter to tear space to open up some distance only to have it closed in short order. Origin Kings were truly not to be underestimated. With his knowledge sea almost completely dried up, even swallowing raw herbs couldn't replenish Yang Kai's waning spiritual energy. Right now, he could tear space 3 more times at most before he was completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore space and leapt into the void crack. The next moment, he appeared a few thousand kilometers away. Without pause, Yang Kai tore space a second time, then a third time. In a single breath, he had put 10,000 kilometers between himself and Luo Hai. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper, and as he looked around, his sight immediately landed on a massive nearby asteroid. This asteroid was about 100 kilometers wide, as big as a mountain. After arriving at the asteroid, Yang Kai looked for an extremely well-concealed location and immediately took out the sealed world bead, hid it in the crevice, then with a flicker entered the small sealed world. This small sealed world was incredibly peaceful. The relatives and friends Yang Kai had brought from Tongshen realm had lived here for some time now. There was no competition in this world, and the world energy aura was quite strong. Apart from the incomplete world principles, this place was simply a paradise. Inside the small sealed world, there were many recently constructed lofts scattered in a roughly 100-kilometer radius. Inside each of these lofts were cultivators meditating in seclusion. They were built by the cultivators from Tongshen realm. Inside the small sealed world, there were mountains, rivers, plains, and forests, so it was very convenient for them to collect basic construction materials. The 3 clans, human, demon, and monster, lived in harmony without disputes. Everyone treasured their current life greatly. The cultivation conditions and environment here were many times better than those on Tongshen realm. Almost 99% of the people had already made some kind of breakthrough in recent years. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, the monster race great seniors, all of these veteran third-order saints had successively broken through to the Saint King realm. Although the world principles of this small sealed world were incomplete, they were still able to meet the breakthrough requirements for these people. After all, the Saint King realm did not require that much. When Yang Kai appeared, the entire small sealed world remained silent. No one noticed his arrival. Relying solely on willpower to endure the pain in his head, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate. Quickly, he found the location of Xianxia and his figure flickered, immediately arriving on the 2nd floor of her loft. Xianxia was still wearing her black veil as she performed alchemy silently. When she was focused on alchemy, she seemed to exude the faint halo that gave her a mysterious and dignified atmosphere, and although one could not see her face clearly, just the outline of her figure was enough to make any man lose his soul. Yang Kai's appearance greatly surprised her, but after she noticed his weak aura, her beautiful face paled immediately and she rushed over to support him, anxiously asking, "Junior brother, what happened? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing. I just met a strong enemy who is currently chasing me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh to relieve Xianxia's worries, but he was too weak to even do that. Xianxia's expression changed noticeably, but she didn't ask anything. She knew that anyone who could force Yang Kai into such a state must at least be an origin king. She understood Yang Kai's strength very well. Back at Qi Yu's palace, even a master like Shuel Yen was not Yang Kai's opponent. So with him being in such a miserable state now, who else besides an origin king could be responsible? Xianxia grit her teeth and a pained look flashed across her wet eyes. "I'll be fine if I rest for a while. It's not a big problem." Yang Kai saw her crying, and knowing she was worried about him, he quickly tried to comfort her. Xianxia nodded slightly as her eyes reddened. Do you have pills for restoring spiritual energy? Give me as many as you can. Xianxia reached out to her. Xianxia quickly searched her space ring and took out several dozen jade bottles. She had been concentrating on refining pills in the small sealed world almost the whole time she was here. Furthermore, with no shortage of materials, the results were remarkable. The pills in these jade bottles were all used to restore spiritual energy and ranged from Saint King grade to Origin grade high rank. So many pills, if put outside and sold, would definitely be worth a fortune. This clear mind restoration pill is the best I have. There are also a few with pill veins. Use them first. Xianxia picked out a jade bottle, opened it, and poured out the pills onto Xianxia's hand. Xianxia took them without saying a word and stuffed them into his mouth. Stretching out his hand, he then swept all the other jade bottles into his space ring before sitting down cross-legged to meditate. Little senior sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Xianxia so as not to disturb him, her long eyelashes trembling lightly as she paid close attention to his condition. Xianxia's complexion began to recover at a visible rate, allowing Xianxia to confirm he really was fine and had simply overdrawn his spiritual energy. As long as Xianxia was well, she could feel relieved. Inside the sealed world bead, Xianxia meditated to restore himself, but he still maintained his divine sense outside to monitor the surroundings and prevent any accidents. As the owner of the sealed world bead, this was not a difficult task. Xianxia was not certain if he could escape from Luohai with this method. This was a second-order Origin King, the most powerful enemy Xianxia had ever encountered. If Luohai discovered the existence of the sealed world bead, Xianxia would truly become a turtle hiding in its shell. A figure flew past the huge asteroid where the sealed world bead was hiding a moment later and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luohai. He really did not manage to find the sealed world bead and instead continued in the direction Xianxia had been fleeing. Xianxia calmed down but didn't dare become careless. While desperately refining the pill's medicinal efficacies to restore his spiritual energy, he continued to pay attention to the outside world. After a short while, Luohai returned and came to a stop roughly 50 kilometers away from the asteroid. The terrifying divine sense of a second-order Origin King spread out like a tide, sweeping the surrounding several 10,000-kilometer radius, not overlooking a single spot. His eyes flashed a sharp light like a predatory eagle, seemingly able to see across vast distances at a glance. Suddenly, his gaze was cast towards the massive asteroid where the sealed world bead was located. Xianxia could not help holding his breath as he secretly became nervous. Fortunately, Luohai quickly shifted his sight and continued to search elsewhere, obviously not discovering anything out of the ordinary. However, he was still an Origin King realm master, and having lost Xianxia suddenly in this area obviously did not make sense to Luohai. He didn't think Xianxia could escape from the range of his divine sense in an instant, and was certain Xianxia was hidden nearby. But it was a mystery what kind of method this boy had used to obscure his aura from him. Interesting, Luohai muttered to himself as he continued shuttling back and forth in the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers range, searching for any suspicious place while shouting, "Boy, this king knows you are hiding here, but do you think this is enough for you to escape this king? Nonsense. Come out obediently now, hand over the Emperor artifact and Origin Essence crystal to this king, and this king can spare your life if you force this king to find you." Humph. Xianxia ignored these threats entirely. Since Luohai had severed any form of reconciliation with him, there was no chance he would let Xianxia go. Otherwise, if today's events were spread, it would be a serious blow to his reputation. Also, the mere existence of an Emperor artifact and the Origin Essence crystal was extremely sensitive, so how could Luohai allow a witness like Xianxia live? As long as he could obtain these two treasures, Luohai would certainly burn down bridges after crossing them. Xianxia secretly scolded Luohai for being so shameless. While on Green Mountain Star, Luohai's impression was still quite good. As a Star Master and a second-order Origin King, he did not display any pretentiousness and was quite approachable. But now, without any witnesses, he had revealed his true face. If it had been a different Origin realm cultivator, they may have buckled under Luohai's pressure and staked everything on the remote chance the other party would show mercy. But Yang Kai knew admitting defeat would only result in a quick death. A day passed by, and Luo Hai had traversed the surrounding 10,000-kilometer region several times, carefully searching it again and again but never finding anything. This made him extremely annoyed. He was even beginning to doubt whether Yang Kai was really hiding here. Perhaps this little brat had actually already managed to escape. Suddenly coming to a stop, Luo Hai's expression became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision. He grits his teeth and shouted, "Boy, you've forced this king's hand. I hope you won't regret it when you arrive in the next life." Saying so, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands and faced his palms towards one another. A terrifying Saint Chi erupted from his figure as a ball of light appeared between his palms. The Saint Chi in his body seemed to have found an exit and began gathering in this glowing ball of white light. In the blink of an eye, a white energy ball the size of a fist appeared in front of Luo Hai. Although this ball was not very big, it contained a terrifying amount of power capable of shattering worlds. And as Luo Hai continued infusing more of his Saint Chi, the energy inside this light ball only grew more intense. The divine sense Yang Kai left outside the sealed world bead sensed this scene, and he realized that the situation was deteriorating. Knowing what Luo Hai was planning to do, for a moment, Yang Kai did not know how to respond and could only force himself to calm down and watch. 10 breaths later, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands had expanded to the size of a wash basin. Luo Hai gave a slight grin and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward lightly, flying out 100 kilometers in no time at all. The next moment, a dazzling white light blossomed from that location, and the surrounding 10,000 kilometers were instantly flooded with a blinding brilliance. With the white light as its center, within a radius of a few 10,000 kilometers, everything was disintegrated into dust. Countless asteroids suspended in the starry sky were vaporized, and even a small dead star nearby cracked apart and disappeared. The full-powered blow of a second-order origin king produced such terrifying effects. Luo Hai did not move, simply expanding his divine sense while paying attention to any movement in his surroundings. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was still hiding nearby, he would definitely die. With a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, it was simply impossible for him to resist such a violent attack. As for the origin essence crystal and emperor artifact, neither was an ordinary treasure and they couldn't be destroyed in such an energy blast. Luo Hai doesn't need to catch Yang Kai alive. He only needed those 2 treasures. Everything within a few 10,000 kilometers disappeared, leaving an empty void. What shocked Luo Hai, however, was that there was no trace of Yang Kai at all, nor any sign of the origin essence crystal or emperor artifact. Did he really escape? Luo Hai's face sank and his mood immediately became extremely gloomy. Suddenly, he turned his head to look towards a certain direction. In that position, there seemed to be something being driven by the violent energy impact and flying away quickly. Luo Hai frowned and became a little suspicious. The attack he just used had already destroyed everything in the vicinity, so what was this object that had survived? No matter what it is, it was something extraordinary. With his curiosity stimulated, Luo Hai planned to give chase. When Luo Hai cast his eyes on the location of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai knew the situation had become bad. Hurriedly warning Xianxia, he put a pill into his mouth and rushed out of the sealed world bead. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky, collected the sealed world bead, then tore space and rushed into the newly formed void crack. "You are still here." Luo Hai snorted sharply before transforming into a flash of light and hurriedly pursuing. This time, though, when Luo Hai locked onto Yang Kai's aura again, he was shocked to discover this boy was 5,000 kilometers away. Did his use of space force become more refined? Luo Hai changed countenance and, not daring to neglect, chased after Yang Kai. Yang Kai also quickly discovered this point. Just now, he had escaped 5,000 kilometers in one leap, and this didn't seem to be his limit as he had accomplished this feat with ease just now. Being chased after by Luo Hai and forced to constantly tear space to escape seemed to have helped him cultivate his space force. Yang Kai suddenly felt an epiphany strike him. Pushing his space force fiercely, he stretched out his hands again, tore space and stepped into the void. When he appeared again, he silently calculated the distance moved this time. 5,500 kilometers. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, and he couldn't help letting out a joyous laugh. He suddenly discovered that this was an opportunity to squeeze out his own potential by overcoming this life or death crisis. Standing in place, Yang Kai waited for Luo Hai to close to within a certain distance before leisurely tearing space to escape. 6,000 kilometers. 6,500 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. This little bastard. What kind of character was Luo Hai? He could easily guess what Yang Kai's actions meant. This brat was using him to cultivate his understanding of the Tao of space. To Luo Hai, this was an immense shame. Cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of space were terribly difficult to deal with. If it were any other second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they would have long ago been killed. But Yang Kai could even play a game of cat and mouse with a master like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was blue, and his fists clenched tightly, his bones creaking under the strain. When had he ever suffered such an insult? In the star field, apart from those old ghosts and hidden dragons who never showed their faces, Luo Hai was amongst the strongest. Senior Wu Dao had even commented that he was the most promising candidate to break through to the third-order origin king realm in the star field. This was an unparalleled honor. Yet now, such a master had been rendered powerless to take an unknown little brat, a reality that nearly drove Luo Hai seething with rage. Seeing Yang Kai once again disappear cockily from a position not far away, Luo Hai suddenly stopped in place, a terrifying calm spreading across his face, a sign a great storm was coming. Releasing his divine sense, he locked onto the position where Yang Kai reappeared, his deep gaze piercing space as he took a deep breath and roared furiously. Green Mountain Star, hear your star master and obey his command. Send me your star force. As soon as these words fell on Green Mountain Star, which was billions of kilometers away, suddenly shook and an unfathomable beam of energy shot out from it, leaping across space as it raced towards Luo Hai. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura sword, nearly breaking through to the third-order origin king realm. At the same time, in the main hall of a certain city lord's mansion, Old Jiu and the other origin kings paled in shock as they leapt to their feet. Star Force support. The withered body of the old woman surnamed Lei trembled as her turbid eyes flashed an amazing light. It's truly Star Force support. Sir Luo Hai actually used the source strength of Green Mountain Star. As a star master, no matter where they are, as long as they are still within the starry sky, they can summon the power of their star's star source. What danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered that could force him into such a situation? Who is he fighting against? The 7 origin kings looked around blankly, with none of them able to understand what kind of crisis had befallen Luo Hai that required him to borrow the power of Green Mountain Star's star source. One had to know, even as a star master, it was not easy to use the power of their star source. Star Master and Cultivation Star were closely related, sharing honor and disgrace. Once a portion of the star source's power was used up, it could not be restored in short order. This was more serious than the Star Master himself suffering a grievous wound. Whether he won or lost the subsequent battle, Green Mountain Star's loss could not be made up for within 1,000 years unless Luo Hai broke through again with that time and reached the third-order origin king realm. If Luo Hai had not been forced into a desperate situation, he would never have done this, but just how many people in this world could threaten Luo Hai so? Had he provoked some hidden top master? The faces of Old Jiu and the others turned pale. Although they were all origin kings themselves, they were just first orders. The second order was completely out of reach for them, not to mention the illusory third order. Everyone realized the situation had become grave. Just after Luo Hai summoned the star source power of Green Mountain's star to him, the world energy aura of Green Mountain's star weakened. This subtle difference was not too obvious, but it was real. This was the direct consequence of drawing the power of the star source. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was a battle between 2 star masters who wantonly used the power of their respective star sources, and in the end, both of them died and their cultivation stars degraded from extremely prosperous lands to ones that were barren, forever unable to recover. Out in the star field, with the aid of the star force support, Luo Hai's aura rose wildly as he stared at the location of Xianxia from afar. Opening his mouth, Luo Hai condensed a white beam of light that he then spat out like a flying sword. 10,000 kilometers away, Xianxia's hair all stood on end as a feeling of crisis gripped his heart. Although he did not know what happened to Luo Hai, he knew that his opponent had become truly enraged. Not daring to neglect, Xianxia stretched out his hand and slashed the space in front of him. This time, however, his attempt to tear space did not go smoothly. The space where Xianxia stood seemed to be sealed by something, and no matter how he tried to tear it open, he could only create a half-meter-long void crack and was unable to expand it any larger. Chi-chi-chi. Violent scraping sounds resounded all around as the white light approached. Even before this attack arrived, Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into a blizzard from the potent murderous intent it contained. It was as if he was stuck atop a snowy mountain and the sharp wind was cutting into his skin. Not good. Xianxia's complexion changed drastically as he saw the sword light getting closer and closer. Not daring to remain, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and flew out. But, as soon as he began moving, the white sword light slashed through the spot he was previously. Space seemed to be torn in half as a massive void crack appeared. Luo Hai did not understand anything about the Tao of space, but his attack was so powerful it was actually able to affect the stability of space around him. The remaining power of this attack exploded outwards, some of it landing on Xianxia and releasing a terrifying sound. In an instant, Xianxia's clothes were dyed golden by his blood and hundreds of tiny holes appeared in his intrepid flesh. From each hole, a fierce chi penetrated Xianxia's body and tried to destroy his meridians and physique. The fallout from this attack was already so strong, it made Xianxia realize that if he had been struck head-on, he would likely have been vaporized instantly. His face was slightly pale, but he didn't have time to check his injuries as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to suppress the sharp chi which had penetrated his wounds and used his space force to again tear open a void crack. The moment Xianxia stepped into the void crack, Luo Hai arrived behind him. "Let's see you escape this time," Luo Hai shouted as his face became gloomy, seemingly stunned that even after using his star force support, he could not kill Xianxia. His already dark mood instantly became worse and his body flickered as he continued to pursue Xianxia. One escaped while the other pursued, but different from before, Xianxia was going all out this time. Seeing Luo Hai's strength soar inexplicably, Xianxia guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he had seen a moment ago, which was in all likelihood the legendary Star Force support. To think this old dog was willing to use such extreme measures to deal with me. Xianxia could not help cursing as he too knew the consequences of using the power of the star source like this. After narrowly escaping from death again, Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. Luo Hai with his star force support was completely different from earlier. Xianxia estimated that once he ran out of spiritual energy again, he would be powerless to resist. The sealed world bead had already been exposed once, so it was impossible to deceive Luo Hai with it again, making it dangerous to use while still out in the starry sky. He could only go to a cultivation star. With countless lives on a cultivation star, even Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai could not act too presumptuously. Only by arriving at the nearest cultivation star would Xianxia have an opportunity to use the sealed world bead to hide again. Xianxia's eyes became firm as he sank his consciousness inward, transforming into a soul avatar above his knowledge sea. Looking up at the sky, Xianxia found his current position in the vast star chart hanging there and then looked for the nearest cultivation star. With this star chart, he could see a miniature version of the star field anytime he wanted, so it was not difficult to find a cultivation star. A moment later, his eyes lit up and his soul avatar escaped from his knowledge sea. Changing directions, he then continued to flee. There was a great starry sky storm ahead of him, but Xianxia was not afraid. Directly breaking into it, Xianxia used his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to protect himself. Luo Hai, who was right behind him, naturally did not fear the starry sky storm. Exhaling another burst of white sword chi from his mouth, he flew straight into the storm. Wherever he went, the starry sky storm seemed to be disturbed and even took the initiative to separate to the sides to make way for him. After only a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai emerged from the starry sky storm safely. But looking around, where was Yang Kai? The little brat had somehow managed to disappear again, only leaving behind a residual space force fluctuation. So troublesome. Luo Hai was in a bad mood as he turned his head towards a huge, vibrant cultivation star a few 100,000 kilometers away. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "So you want to hide there? Good. This king wants to see how long you can hide." He quickly inferred Yang Kai's intentions and judged that he was definitely hiding on this cultivation star. Because once he hid there, it would be impossible to find him easily. Cultivation stars were different from dead stars in the starry sky. Dead stars could be destroyed at will and no one would care, but if a cultivation star was destroyed, it would likely lead to the entire star field becoming his enemy. Even if Luo Hai hid back on Green Mountain Star, he would probably still die. Without destroying this cultivation star, however, looking for someone who was deliberately hiding was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai was powerless here. After all, this was not Green Mountain Star where he could use his connection to the star source to spy on everything at once. Is this Scarlet Wave Star? Luo Hai quickly came to the place 100,000 kilometers above the cultivation star, and after scanning it with his eyes, he realized that he had been here before and coldly snorted. "Fine, I'll go see that old ghost Chi Hua first. I haven't seen him for 1,000 years now. I wonder if that old ghost's cultivation has made any progress since then." Saying so, he flew off in a certain direction. At the base of a barren mountain, in a river that flowed from north to south under a layer of silt, the sealed world bead lay quietly. This was simply named Blue Mountain, and the river was called the Blue River. Yang Kai passed through the starry sky storm and successfully escaped Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. After flying down to the surface of this cultivation star, he quickly found a deserted place to hide the sealed world bead, then entered it himself. He believed that Luo Hai would not dare act recklessly on this cultivation star, so he was safe for the time being. On the second level of a loft in the sealed world bead, Xianing Chang's tears dripped down as she saw Yang Kai's situation this time was much worse than before. Last time, he had only exhausted his spiritual energy and was slightly tired, but this time he was covered in wounds. These wounds were like tiny pinholes which were not visible to the naked eye. But Xianing Chang keenly felt that a sharp qi was festering in these wounds, destroying Yang Kai's body from the inside out. Yang Kai's face was also as pale as paper. "Don't worry, I just need to enter retreat for a while." Yang Kai comforted Xianing Chang once before he sat down cross-legged down and began trying to resolve the foreign qi in his body. Xianing Chang walked out of the attic silently, glancing back anxiously as she silently guarded him. Quickly, however, she seemed to come to some kind of conclusion, took out a large number of herbs and other ingredients, sat cross-legged there, calmed her mood, and began performing alchemy. She felt that she was too weak and hated that she could not help Yang Kai. On Tong Xian realm, she did not feel a sense of crisis, because as long as she wanted, she could suppress the entire realm by herself. But since Yang Kai brought her out from that small world, she was able to understand the true splendors and dangers of the star field. She now knew how weak she was. If she was strong enough to fight alongside her junior brother, maybe he wouldn't have been injured. With such thoughts filling her head, Xianing Chang started desperately performing alchemy. Yang Kai's arrival did not cause any kind of disturbance as, inside the small sealed world, 9 out of 10 cultivators were currently in secluded retreat. In the loft, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took out some pills to help him physically recover before he began using his Saint Qi to resolve the sharp Qi in his body. These tiny strands of Qi contained the domain of an Origin King Realm Master and were filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai's physical body had not been strong enough, these threads of Qi would have been enough to shred his body to pieces. The methods of a second-order Origin King could not be judged by common sense. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai began trying to purge these tiny threads of Qi from his meridians and physique. But soon, Yang Kai's complexion changed and became extremely ugly. His own dense Saint Qi, which was powerful enough to show disdain for any other origin realm cultivator, was helpless to dissolve these foreign chi threads. No matter how much Saint Chi Yongkai condensed, the moment he tried to use it against these chi threads, it would be ripped apart and scattered. Not becoming discouraged, Yongkai continued condensing his Saint Chi again and again, trying to slowly wear down the foreign chi. 10 days passed in a flash. Inside the loft, rather than recovering, Yongkai's aura had instead become fainter. After 10 days of hard work, he had obtained no results. Not only had he not managed to expel Luo Hai's chi, but he had also wasted a massive amount of his own Saint Chi in the process. With a difference of an entire great realm between them, Yongkai's Saint Chi was simply not a match for Luo Hai's. Yongkai opened his eyes and stopped this pointless exercise. Although his expression was sluggish, his eyes were still bright. This chi was dead while he was alive, so he was still confident he could rid himself of it, but he had not found the right method yet. Since Saint Chi was useless, what about the other forces Yongkai had in his body? Namely, there was his space force and his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Thinking so, Yongkai began to experiment. Condensing his space force, Yongkai tried to wrap up the small threads of chi in his body. Seemingly aware of his space force, the chi threads immediately began to counterattack. The extremely sharp domain stabbed towards Yongkai's concentrated space force, and although it was still able to tear it apart, it seemed to be having a more difficult time than with Yongkai's Saint Chi. This could work. Yongkai's eyes lit up and he began pushing his space force more carefully. A short time later, Yongkai successfully wrapped his space force around one of the tiny threads of foreign chi, and no matter how the threads struggled back and forth, it was unable to escape. The next moment, Yongkai pushed his divine sense and in conjunction with his space force instantly shifted the thread of chi outside of his body. Yongkai's space force dissipated, and the invisible chi threads sputtered about before shooting off, leaving behind a pinhole in the loft before dissipating entirely. Seeing this scene, Yongkai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had now determined that Space Force could be used to get rid of Luo Hai's chi in his body. The only problem was it was quite cumbersome and inefficient. While he was escaping, Yongkai had been hit by several tens of thousands of chi threads. If he were to try to drive them all out with this method, he would need at least 3 years to finish. Naturally, this was far too long. Yongkai frowned and next tried his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a profound body tempering secret art. Cultivators who cultivate it would be able to form 5 elements indestructible sword chi, and each of the 5 different elements had their own specialty. Metal and fire were specialized in attacking, wood specialized in recovery, and earth and water specialized in defense. The 5 elements mutually constrained one another and when cultivated to the extreme, allowed one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body. Yongkai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was barely at the minor accomplishment stage. It could be used in battle, but it was far from the legendary immortal and indestructible body. Activating his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, Yongkai extracted the metal and fire sword chis. The 2 specialized in attacking, and began using them to disperse Luo Hai's chi. Inside his body, golden and red rays of light bloomed and shuttled through Yongkai's wounds, attacking the foreign chi. Although Luo Hai's chi had no form of sentience, it instinctively responded to a threat and began counterattacking the 2 sword chis. However, this was in vain as the metal and fire sword chi only took 3 breaths to disperse one of the invisible chi threads. Yongkai raised his brow and showed a joyful look. He had not expected that the 5 elements indestructible sword chi would be so effective at resolving Luo Hai chi, making his space force seem somewhat lacking in comparison. However, this was also understandable. Although the Tao of space was broad and profound, Luo Hai's chi was a variant of sword chi, so with the 5 elements indestructible sword chi also being a form of sword chi, it naturally had some ability to restrain the former. Seeing hope, Yongkai spared no effort to push his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Not only did he use the 2 offensive elements but also the water, wood, and earth sword chis as well. Doing so, Yongkai was pleasantly surprised to find that his efficiency increased once more. No longer thinking about it, Yongkai didn't waste any time, took out his 5 elements supreme treasures, arranged the appropriate spirit array around himself, then began cultivating his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art while simultaneously driving out Luo Hai's qi. Time flew by and soon 3 months had passed. Yang Kai's body had finally been purged of Luo Hai's qi, and Yang Kai also felt that the power of his 5 elements indestructible sword qi had increased greatly as a result. He guessed that it had something to do with dissolving Luo Hai's qi and absorbing it with his own sword qi. As for the 5 elements supreme treasures, the sun's true essence, profound in sunflower water, divine nullification sand, profound gold, and thunderwood were all in different states of depletion. There was no need to worry about the sun's true essence. As the core of a sun star, even after Yang Kai had used it to cultivate for so long, it had basically not shown any change while about half of his profound in sunflower water and divine nullification sand were left. On the other hand, the profound gold had shrunk to the size of a baby's palm, while the thunderwood also did not seem like it would last much longer. Cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art consumed too much of the energy from these 5 elements supreme treasures. Most people could not afford to cultivate this body-tempering art. It seemed that besides the sun's true essence, the other 4 treasures would soon need to be replaced. Otherwise, once Yang Kai finished consuming even one of them, he would no longer be able to continue cultivating. Thinking so, Yang Kai ended his cultivation. He next began to examine his body carefully. Luo Hai's qi had been completely expelled, and all the injuries he suffered had basically been healed. Moreover, after experiencing a life-or-death crisis while escaping from Luo Hai, Yang Kai faintly felt that his cultivation had made a lot of progress. It seemed he was on the verge of breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm. This was not too surprising, as Yang Kai had also gained a lot inside the blood prison. However, because it had not been too long since he last broke through, Yang Kai didn't want to rush ahead and risk destabilizing his foundation. If this was not the case, Yang Kai felt that he could have broken through to the third order inside the blood prison. He did not feel rushed and simply decided to let things happen naturally. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon spotted Xia Ningchong, who was still immersed in her alchemy with a firmness to her beautiful, somewhat bloodshot eyes. It was difficult to tell just when she had last rested seeing her like this. Yang Kai sighed slightly before sending her a divine sense message telling her he had fully recovered, eliciting a smile from her. However, Yang Kai did not rush to exit his seclusion and instead continued to remain in the loft. During his escape from Luo Hai, Yang Kai had constantly used his space force, which in turn gave him great inspiration and caused his comprehension of the Tao of space to deepen. His situation was too dire at the time, so he didn't have any freedom to carefully digest these insights. Now that the crisis had passed, he would certainly not miss this opportunity. Staying inside the loft, Yang Kai continued cultivating his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art while enhancing his comprehension of the Tao of space. Pure Ice Island was a famous spot on Scarlet Wave Star. It was the headquarters of one of the 2 most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, Ice Heart Valley. Pure Ice Island was surrounded by the sea on all sides and had ice flows around it that never melted thanks to the extremely low temperatures. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley all cultivated ice attribute secret arts and martial skills, while the artifacts they used were also ice attribute. The reason Ice Heart Valley was one of the 2 most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star was because of its Supreme Elder, an Origin King Realm Master. In addition to the Supreme Elder, however, the Valley Master and several of the Elders were peak Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters, only 1 step away from breaking through to the Origin King Realm. Purely in terms of Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters, Ice Heart Valley had over 100. Such a number was extremely frightening. No great force on Shadowed Star was comparable. The once most powerful force, Star Emperor Mountain, only had 33rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters, all of whom now belonged to High Heaven Sect. On par with Ice Heart Valley was the equally famous Brilliant Flame Sect. These 2 sects had held the title of Scarlet Wave Star's strongest sects for over 10,000 years, but whether because of the nature of their secret arts, or because there was simply no way for a mountain to have 2 tigers, many grievances and grudges had formed between the 2 sects, and they were now in a perpetual state of conflict. With grievances forged over thousands of years, there was now no longer any possibility of resolving them peacefully. At this moment, at the center of Pure Ice Island, inside a magnificent ice palace, a dozen or so women with unique styles and features, each a great beauty in her own right, sat in 2 rows facing one another. At the head of the hall was a woman wearing a long white dress. While this woman's beauty was not country-destroying, her eyes radiated a kind of cold purity that could entrance anyone who stared into them. Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, a master at the very peak of the third-order origin returning realm with Sure that had reached the grand accomplishment stage. She was the strongest master beneath Ice Heart Valley's supreme elder. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were all female, and there had never been a precedent for males being accepted here. However, no one dared to look down upon them just because they were women, as anyone who tried to would die a swift death. The atmosphere in the Ice Palace was a bit solemn, with the leadership of Ice Heart Valley seemingly discussing some particularly important matters. Valley Master, Brilliant Flamesec's recent movements are a bit strange. The pressure they are putting on our Ice Heart Valley has become much weaker, while many of their disciples seem to frequently be out of the sect, searching for someone. The woman sitting in the first seat on the left said. She had the appearance of a 30-year-old woman and seemed quite youthful, but her expression was extremely cold. She was Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, Ran Yun Ting, and had a cultivation equivalent to that of Valley Master Bing Long. However, her strength was slightly inferior to the latter, so she could only take the position of Great Elder. Looking for someone? Why? Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long raised her brow, her voice extremely soft and melodious. What information did our disciples gather? Ran Yun Ting shook her head. The disciples of Brilliant Flame sect themselves don't seem to understand much, only that they are looking for a young man. I have a portrait of him here. Please have a look, Valley Master. Bing Long nodded, stretched out her hand, and accepted the portrait. Looking at it, the person on the portrait seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a stoic and resolute expression. His appearance was not particularly handsome or ugly, and there did not seem to be anything special about him that would make Brilliant Flame Sect try so hard to find him. All of you have a look. Bing Long tossed the portrait casually to another elder. Remember what this person looks like. If you find him, be sure to bring him back to Pure Ice Island. Brilliant Flame Sect has been pressuring our Ice Heart Valley for some time now, yet suddenly pulled back because of this person. This person seems to be of great importance to them. Otherwise, Brilliant Flame Sect would not act this way. Perhaps the best way for Ice Heart Valley to weather our current crisis is to find him. If that's the case, should we also actively search for this person? Ran Yun Ting asked. Bing Long nodded and replied, Naturally, but we don't have to dedicate too much attention to it. After this meeting, be sure to pass this portrait to the disciples and have them keep their eyes open for him when they go out. Yes, Valley Master is wise. All the elders responded in unison. The portrait was passed from one elder to the next then. All of them were third-order origin returning realm masters, so their memories were naturally excellent, and they were able to remember this person's appearance with just a glance. Bing Long then continued. A few years ago, the Supreme Elder suffered backlash from dissonance in her cultivation and has yet to recover. Do we have any clues regarding the herbs we require for the pill to heal her? Hearing this, the dozen women present all shook their heads sadly, one of them saying out loud, The other herbs have been purchased at great expense, but the profound scarlet ginseng is too rare. Perhaps the only place to find one is Brilliant Flame Sect's Extreme Thunder Mountain. Extreme Thunder Mountain. Bing Long's face sank. That is one of Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted areas, and only a few people from their sect are allowed to enter. Keep searching, no matter what price we need to pay. We must find that profound scarlet ginseng. Yes. Hateful. Ran Yun Ting gritted her teeth. If it were not for Supreme Elder's cultivation dissonance, how could my Ice Heart Valley have been so badly suppressed by Brilliant Flame Sect? For thousands of years, the strength of the two sects has always been equal, but now... Hearing what she said, all the elders present wore resentful expression. Great Elder, enough nonsense. Are you trying to blame Supreme Elder for having a cultivation dissonance? Bing Long glared at her and shouted. Ran Yun Ting's tender body trembled lightly as she hurriedly said, Naturally not. I did not mean to imply so. Bing Long's complexion cleared up as she nodded and said, This queen knows you don't have such intentions. This is all of our Ice Heart Valley's disaster. And although Supreme Elder cannot move easily now, it won't be so easy for Brilliant Flame Sect to harm us either. And enough about this matter, this queen has something else of concern to discuss. Great Elder, how is your disciple now? Ran Yun Ting smiled lightly. She is very good. She has recently reached the First Order Origin Returning Realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the room was moved. First Order Origin Returning Realm. So soon? Is her aptitude really that good? When Great Elder brought her to the sect, she was only a Third Order saint, right? How many years have passed since then? Even with abundant cultivation resources, isn't her rate of advancement too fast? Bing Long seemed to be extremely pleased and said joyfully, Great Elder, I heard that your disciple has an ice crystal jade body special constitution. Is that true? Indeed. Ran Yun Ting nodded. She does possess an ice crystal jade body, but it is not an innate special constitution, it's an acquired one. I do not know what kind of fortuitous encounter she had in the past, but she is now perfectly compatible with our Ice Heart Valley's core secret art, and her cultivation is now advancing extremely rapidly. In truth, Valley Master, my disciple is currently preparing to break through to the Second Order Origin Returning Realm. Inside the Ice Palace, many elders' expressions became even more excited, their faces filled with astonishment and shock. Bing Long was also extremely happy. Innate or acquired, it makes no difference. Her ice crystal jade body is the key to the future of Ice Heart Valley. It seems the heavens have not abandoned our valley. If there are no surprises, she is highly likely to reach the same level as Supreme Elder in the future. At that time, our Ice Heart Valley's rise will depend on her. Ran Yun Ting said modestly, Valley Master should not praise her too much. That little girl's cultivation is still quite low, and she still needs much guidance from Valley Master. Do everything possible to satisfy her cultivation needs, Bing Long declared. Yes, Ran Yun Ting respectfully nodded. Great Elder, I heard that the reason Brilliant Flame Sect is targeting our Ice Heart Valley this time is because of your disciple? Someone suddenly asked with a chuckle. And I have heard about it. It is said that Wei Feng, the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, met that girl while out for life experience and instantly lost his soul to her. After returning, he urged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley to propose marriage. I haven't actually met her yet. After coming to Pure Ice Island, she rarely goes out and is often in secluded retreat. I saw her once, and she is indeed a stunning beauty. It is no wonder that little bastard Wei Feng was never able to forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I would also have become fascinated by her. All the elders present laughed, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. It's all nothing but a flimsy excuse. Ran Yun Ting gave a wry smile. Bing Long nodded. All of you are elders of my Ice Heart Valley, so how could you not understand the truth of this matter? Brilliant Flame Sect is just using this as an excuse to embarrass us while taking the opportunity to probe the condition the Supreme Elder is in. Once they are sure that Supreme Elder is injured, I am afraid they will begin moving far more aggressively. We'll see if Brilliant Flame Sect's teeth or my Ice Heart Valley's defenses are stronger. They won't dare act too aggressively unless they've stopped caring about the lives of their disciples. If they dare to come, we'll make sure they never return. The group of women shouted as their anger flared. An old woman on the left who looked like she was about 60 years old suddenly frowned as some concern appeared between her brow. After the others had finished speaking, she said, Reporting to Valley Master, I heard a disturbing bit of news a few days ago. What news could make Elder Wu so concerned? Bing Long turned her eyes to the old woman and asked as everyone else also looked towards her. I heard that Luo Hai has arrived at Brilliant Flame Sect, Elder Wu quickly said. Luo Hai. Inside the Ice Palace, everyone frowned. It was as if they didn't remember who Luo Hai was immediately, but soon, someone exclaimed, Green Mountain Star Master? Sir Luo Hai? Him. It can't be. Why would he leave Green Mountain Star suddenly to come to our Scarlet Wave Star? Luo Hai was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star and a second-order Origin King, a famous character across the entire star field. As such, even the elders from Ice Heart Valley, who normally secluded themselves on Pure Ice Island, had heard his name long ago. Now hearing that such a character had arrived on Scarlet Wave Star and was staying in Brilliant Flame Sect, their beautiful faces could not help darkening. Is this news reliable? Bing Long tender body leaned forward slightly, and her jade white hands squeezed the armrest of her chair, causing them to creak under the strain, clearly showing that her mood was fluctuating greatly. It is. Elder Wu nodded solemnly. This old woman has spies placed in Brilliant Flame Sect, and they reported seeing Sir Luo Hai with their own eyes. The Ice Palace immediately fell silent as everyone's face seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, their expressions becoming gloomy. All of you may also know that although Sir Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, he has a close relationship with Chi Hua of Brilliant Flame Sect. His coming to Brilliant Flame Sect at this time. Elder Wu did not finish her words, but everyone present could understand what she was implying. Impossible! Bing Long shook her head. While he may have some friendship with Chi Hua, it is only a casual acquaintance. There is no way he came all the way from Green Mountain Star to deal with us. Chi Hua doesn't have such influence. But Valley Master, our situation right now is quite sensitive, and we must guard against such a possibility no matter how remote. If Luo Hai and Chi Hua were to join forces, then the future of Ice Heart Valley would become dire. Bing Long's pretty face paled at the thought. If this was really the case, then Ice Heart Valley would truly be in danger. Just Luo Hai alone was more than Ice Heart Valley could possibly resist, as he was a master a whole minor realm higher in cultivation than Chi Hua and their own Supreme Elder. I think that Sir Luo Hai's arrival on Scarlet Wave Star at this time may have something to do with the person Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for. One of the elders suddenly guessed. Why do you think that? Because of the timing. Brilliant Flame Sect began searching for this person only recently, and they even let up on the pressure they were exerting on us to do so. Sir Luo Hai's arrival on Scarlet Wave Star is also a recent event, and the place he is currently staying is Brilliant Flame Sect. If Sir Luo Hai was the one who asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help him find this person, doesn't everything make sense? Everyone's eyes lit up. The possibility is indeed great. If this is the case, then we must find this person before Brilliant Flame Sect. Bing Long's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. As long as we find him and hand him over to Sir Luo Hai, then the current crisis of my Ice Heart Valley can be resolved. After Supreme Elder has completely recovered, Brilliant Flame Sect definitely won't cause any more trouble. Valley Master is right. Ran Yun Ting nodded in agreement. Order all the disciples that can be dispatched to go out and seek this person as soon as possible. Bing Long said decisively, gritting her teeth as she shouted. Yes. All the elders nodded before leaving the Ice Palace together. On that day, thousands of Ice Heart Valley disciples left from Pure Ice Island to traverse Scarlet Wave Star, each of them bringing with them a portrait of Yang Kai's face. That night, near the center of Pure Ice Island, inside a certain ice room, Ran Yun Ting sat down cross-legged while cultivating. The temperature in this ice room was extremely low, and even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would feel extremely uncomfortable inside and need to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the omnipresent chill. But for Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, this was the best kind of cultivation environment. The pervasive chill in the air seemed to be drawn into her body and was resonating with her Saint Chi, strengthening her slowly. A slight sound of footsteps appeared outside the door at a certain point, and soon after a voice called out, "Disciple has come to see Honored Master. Come in." Ran Yun Ting smiled slightly and opened her eyes. The next moment, the door was opened, and a beautiful figure walked inside. A young woman wearing spotless white robes walked in. She had long silky black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, a pair of exceptionally bright phoenix eyes, a beautiful, delicate nose, crystal-clear jade-white skin, and a slender yet supple figure. She was like an ice fairy carefully crafted by the heavens, without a single flaw. Ran Yun Ting swept her eyes over this young woman, and a hint of approval flashed across her face. "It seems you've made progress in your ice jade secret art once again. You have not disappointed your master's expectations. The young woman's expression showed no change at all, her whole body still just radiating a deep chill, as if she was truly carved from ice. Hearing these words of praise, however, the woman still spoke. Disciple dares not neglect honored master's care. Very good, sit down. Ran Yun Ting nodded lightly before pointing to an ice jade cushion in front of herself. Once every month, this young woman would come to Ran Yun Ting's residence to consult with her about any questions or doubts she had in her cultivation, and today was that day. Both master and disciple had obviously experienced this kind of meeting several times, so the young woman did not hesitate to sit down obediently. Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? Ran Yun Ting asked lightly. Although Ran Yun Ting's current cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than this disciple of hers, with the latter's cultivation speed, it would likely only be a few more years before the two were on equal footing. A few years after that, her disciple may even reach the same height as the Supreme Elder. Ran Yun Ting had high hopes for her disciple, so she did not hold back when cultivating her. The young woman nodded lightly and was just about to speak when her beautiful eyes suddenly caught sight of a portrait hanging on the ice wall behind Ran Yun Ting. The young woman's tender body shivered suddenly, and her always calm demeanor and expressionless face filled with shock and amazement as she stared fixedly at this portrait. The look on the young woman's face was an extremely complex mix of pleasant surprise, disbelief, and loss, changing several times in an instant. However, in just the blink of an eye, she once again regained her composure. Do you know this person? Although the young woman's expression had calmed down quickly, her sudden change had not been missed by Ran Yun Ting, causing the latter to ask doubtfully. The young woman shook her head slowly. I don't. Ran Yun Ting frowned, as if she did not quite believe her. The young woman explained, Honored Master's house has always been sparse, with only a bed, chair, and table inside. So when Disciple suddenly saw the portrait of a man hanging on the wall, she was a little surprised. Hearing her explanation, Ran Yun Ting narrowed her eyes and simply said, I have never met the person in this painting, but apparently Brilliant Flame Sect is searching for him. Valley Master has ordered all the disciples who go out to search for him, as well, since he may be the key to resolving our Ice Heart Valley's crisis. So that's how it is. The woman tried her best to control her emotions and nodded lightly. Ran Yun Ting carefully observed the young woman's reaction but was unable to see anything suspicious in her expression. At this point, she was about 80% confident her disciple was telling her the truth, so she simply smiled lightly. This matter is for others to worry about. Your only concern right now is to cultivate and strive to reach the same realm as your master as soon as possible. Once you reach this height, Ice Heart Valley will be your world. Do not disappoint these expectations. Disciple will do her best, the young woman quickly said. Very good. And tell me about the problems you have encountered in your cultivation recently. Ran Yun Ting gestured kindly. The young woman immediately opened her mouth and asked a few questions that had been confounding her. Ran Yun Ting listened and answered her carefully. The master and disciple pair continued this session for some time. In a blink of an eye, it was dawn, and the young woman stood up and bid her master farewell. After leaving the ice room, the young woman walked outwards without any haste. A while later, she left the inner section of Pure Ice Island and arrived at the outer region. Pure Ice Island was divided into an inner island and outer island. The inner island was tightly protected, and ordinary disciples weren't allowed to enter unless they were summoned. Only those direct disciples of the Sex Elder and the core personnel of Ice Heart Valley could enter the inner island freely. The outer island was where common disciples lived and cultivated. The outer island was vast, but the young woman flew straight towards a certain peak in its southeast without stopping. On that ice peak, there were hundreds of artificially excavated ice caves, and on the outer island, there were hundreds of similar ice peaks. These ice caves were naturally caved mansions for Ice Heart Valley's disciples, and depending on their cultivation and their contributions to the sect, disciples could occupy different grades of ice cave mansions. The young woman came to an ice house near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand, and poured a bit of her Saint Chi into the barrier around it before waiting quietly. After a long time passed, however, there was no response. The young woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and placed it on the barrier around the cave mansion. The next moment, the barrier split apart, revealing a passage that led inwards. The woman stepped through this opening quickly. Soon, she came to the innermost area of the cave mansion, but after looking around, she couldn't find any trace of its inhabitant. Only a letter left on the desk which read, "For Su Yan," caught her eye. With her hands shaking lightly, the young woman picked up the letter, unsealed it, and pulled out a piece of paper from inside before reading it carefully. "Su Yan, the Elder Council has issued orders for me and the other disciples to go out and perform a task for the sect. The orders came so quickly that I was unable to send word to you before we departed. If you have come here to find me, you will definitely see this letter. The task we were assigned is to look for someone. But to think that person turned out to actually be Yang Kai. He is here on Scarlet Wave Star. I do not know why, but Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for him as well. Remember, don't act rashly. Wait for me to return first so we can discuss this." Then the letter was signed by Xianxia, Ice Sect's Sect Master Xianxia, a former peak-level master on Tongxian Realm. Su Yan read this short letter several times from beginning to end as her tender body trembled, making sure she understood it correctly. Yang Kai was here. Seeing the portrait of Yang Kai in the room of her honored master, Su Yan could hardly believe her eyes. For a variety of reasons, it was difficult for her to ask Ran Yun Ting anything about it. So early this morning, she had hurriedly came to see Xianxia and see if the latter had heard anything. Xianxia had come to Ice Heart Valley with her back then. After all, Xianxia also cultivated an ice attribute secret art. The reason for her low cultivation, however, was because of Tongxian Realm's insufficient world energy aura. So when Ran Yun Ting brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, she had brought Xianxia as well. Although Xianxia also had a good aptitude, she was incomparable to Su Yan, so she could only live in the outer island and become a common disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, Xianxia was a second-order Saint King and would soon break through to the third order. Su Yan would often take time to visit Xianxia as the two were both from Tongxian Realm and naturally had a close relationship. But this time, it seems Su Yan had arrived a bit too late. Yesterday, after the Elder Council's meeting, it was immediately decided that disciples be sent out to look for Yang Kai, and upon receiving this order, Xianxia left Pure Ice Island with countless others from the sect. Xianxia could not go to the inner island to send a letter to Su Yan, but she knew that Su Yan would definitely come to visit her, so she left behind this note before she left. Holding the letter in her hand, Su Yan's mood fluctuated rapidly, and her eyes became slightly moist. If Ran Yun Ting saw this scene, she would be stunned. She always thought that her disciple's heart was as firm as ice and that she had no worldly attachments. So how could she be this moved by a simple letter? Several dozen years of longing were now being released all at once, and these emotions were enough to overwhelm Su Yan. Suddenly, her blood boiled and Su Yan's face paled as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her Saint Qi also fluctuated wildly and became unstable. Su Yan's beautiful face filled with fright. Not daring to neglect, she quickly sat cross-legged and began to calm the chaotic fluctuations in her cultivation. After quite some time, her chaotic aura gradually calmed down. Getting up, Su Yan carefully collected the letter and quickly left Xianxia's ice house. The two top forces on Scarlet Wave Star frequently sent out a large portion of their disciples, causing the entire cultivation star to stir for a time. The smaller sects and families that had close ties with the two great forces also began cooperating with Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley to search for Yang Kai. Scarlet Wave Star was almost turned upside down. However, Yang Kai seemed to have disappeared into thin air, with no one even catching a glimpse of him. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai devoted himself to cultivating. He did not rush outside the first chance he got. He had finally escaped from Luo Hai, so how could he rashly show himself now? It was likely that Luo Hai was still looking everywhere for him. If Yang Kai rushed out and fell into a trap, he would be forced to escape in distress again. This was a good opportunity to take some time and consolidate his most recent gains. An invisible power permeated from the loft where Xianxia lived. Naturally, it was Space Force. The small sealed world was originally only about 100 kilometers in radius, and with 10,000 people from the 3 clans living here, although it was not crowded, it wasn't exactly spacious either. But today, with the spread of these invisible space force fluctuations, the area of the small sealed world began expanding outwards at an incredibly rapid rate. Soon, some previously unseen sceneries appeared in front of the small sealed world's inhabitants. 200 kilometers, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Soon, the masters from the 3 clans who were in retreat sensed something was changing in the environment around them and began exiting their seclusions. One after another, they released their divine senses to investigate their surroundings and immediately discovered the small sealed world was expanding. Brother Ling, this small sealed world is expanding, right? Standing midair, Meng Wuya observed the bizarre scenes in the distance with a shocked expression. Ling Tai-su nodded his head slightly. It's really expanding. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out as the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon appeared beside Meng Wuya and said, "This is wonderful. Now we don't have to squish up against Zhang Yuan's group anymore. This king has had more than enough of that cold demonic chi of theirs. Thunder Dragon. This senior isn't deaf." A cold snort sounded as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan appeared. "So what if you heard me? This Thunder Dragon wasn't speaking behind your back. He was just telling the truth." Thunder Dragon curled his lips into a grin. Zhang Yuan snorted in response. "You think this senior likes living next to you? Your monster chi isn't anything good either." Thunder Dragon grinned freely, not seeming to care. Although the 3 clans were all living in the small sealed world now and there were no major disputes between them, their competitive natures had not been dulled. Yang Kai had given them this opportunity and all of them were determined to pursue greater heights in the martial Tao with all their might. As such, when these masters occasionally met one another, they would naturally bicker and quarrel amongst themselves. But why is this place expanding? Could there have been some kind of accident? Chu Ling Xiao was a little worried. "It should be related to Sect Master. You don't have to worry about it." A voice suddenly came from behind. The masters from the 3 clans turned around and saw Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi Mou, and Lin Yu Rao. All of these peak origin returning realm masters had come together. The 3 clans masters did not dare show any neglect and politely offered their greetings. Yang Xiuzhu and the others responded in kind. Everyone was familiar with one another and knew what their respective identities were. Although Yang Xiuzhu and the other Origin Realm Masters were far stronger and older than the master from the 3 clans, Ling Tai-su and those from Tongxian Realm had a very close relationship with Yang Kai, so they all treated each other as equal peers. "This is related to Yang Kai?" Ling Tai-su was intrigued. "Brother Yang, could you explain a little more?" Everyone turned to look at Yang Xiuzhu curiously. Yang Xiuzhu pondered for a moment before replying, "The higher sect master's cultivation becomes, and the more profound his attainments in the Tao of space are, the broader this world will become." He doesn't know much about Sealed World Bead. As one of the former elders of Star Emperor Mountain, he only knew that it was a kind of storage artifact and an Emperor artifact, but he could still explain roughly what was happening. Hearing what he said, everyone nodded. "So, this was all caused by Yang Kai somehow? Is he here?" Zhang Yuan showed a suspicious expression, releasing his divine sense and a moment later saying, "He's really here. It seems he is in Xia Girl's loft. There is also a strange energy fluctuation coming from his location. Is this space force? It should be." While everyone was chatting, the expansion of the small sealed world did not stop. From the original 100-kilometer radius, it expanded all the way to 10,000 kilometers in diameter before finally stopping. At the edge of the small sealed world, there still seemed to be a strange force which was blocking Yang Kai's space force from advancing, indicating that there was still more to this place but also making it impossible for anyone inside to see it yet. "Hey! There seemed to be some buildings over there." Thunder Dragon's eyes were sharp and could see that in the distance there was a new set of building. These buildings were not too densely constructed, and although they seemed a bit scattered and disorderly, their arrangement also seemed to contain some kind of hidden mystery as well. "Should we go have a look?" Everyone was curious and eager to explore. "Haha! This old master will be going on ahead. A loud laugh came out as old demon turned into a stream of light and rushed towards that side fearlessly. The others shook their heads slowly and followed close behind. Yang Xiaozhu and the other Origin Realm masters exchanged a wry look before also keeping up. A short time later, everyone arrived at the location of the buildings and were shocked as soon as they did. Because the world energy here was more than 3 times richer than their original position, which meant that cultivating here would be 3 times as efficient as before. This place is good. My monster race will take this section. Thunder Dragon held out his hand and motioned towards a large area. Then my demon race will occupy this piece. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya looked at each other, the former looking calm and relaxed as he said, "Then the rest will be occupied by my human race." With a few words, the masters from the 3 clans divided up this newly emerged building complex, each of them claiming a large swath of land for their respective race. It seems that this new stretch of the world has richer aura than before, but does that mean if Yang Kai continued to expand this place in the future, there will be even better places to occupy? Chu Ling Xiao pondered thoughtfully. That should be the case. It's just a question of how big this place will eventually be then. If it is big enough, this senior is willing to remain here for the rest of his life. Zhang Yuan laughed. He reaffirmed at this moment that his decision to leave Tongxian realm with the demon race elite and follow Yang Kai was the right one. If he had remained on Tongxian realm, how could he have a chance to break through to the Saint King realm or spy on a higher martial Dao? Perhaps he would have died of old age, never being able to surpass the achievements of Great Demon God. But now, the legend of Great Demon God had been broken by countless people. Since Zhang Yuan has such thoughts, so how could Thunder Dragon be different? Both were extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Over the next few days, the 3 clans collectively relocated, abandoning their previously built lofts and flooding into the newly emerged region. Time flew by and soon another 3 months had passed. Yang Kai finally exited his secluded retreat. Xianxia had been standing guarding in front of the loft all this time, and when Yang Kai called her to ask about the situation in the small sealed world, he was surprised to learn just how huge the changes here had been. The expansion of the small sealed world was a matter of course. As his cultivation and understanding of the Tao of space increased, this world would surely continue to grow and gradually reveal all its hidden mysteries. Yang Kai was also very curious about how big this place was. The appearance of a new set of buildings also surprised Yang Kai greatly. None of this was bad, however, and after finishing his retreat, Yang Kai brought Xianxia around to confirm that there were no dangers in this small seal world. Discovering nothing harmful and realizing that the new cultivation environment was 2 to 3 times better than before, Yang Kai felt happy and relieved. Finished with these necessities, Yang Kai next went to see Qian Tong. Qian Tong was fine. Although he had been slightly injured by Luo Hai at the periphery of Green Mountain Star, in the end, he was still an Origin King. Qian Tong had recovered quickly and was now working hard to consolidate his cultivation. Seeing everything going well, Yang Kai put down the last of his worries and then picked out an excellent palace for him and Xianxia to stay in inside the small sealed world. Yang Kai wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate his monster transformation and develop the golden divine dragon source in his body. Living together with little senior sister, he naturally enjoyed the time shared with his precious lover. Out of the several years that he lived, it was during times like these that Yang Kai felt the most comfortable. Pure Ice Island, inside the ice room of Ran Yun Ting. Su Yen stood like a white flower blossoming in a world of ice and snow, her aura cold and her white clothes untainted by the mundane. "You want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yun Ting frowned. Su Yen came here to look for her today to make such a request, surprising Ran Yun Ting quite a bit. "Yes," Su Yen nodded. "Why do you suddenly want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yun Ting smiled. "Right now is a critical moment for you to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. It is also not a good time for you to be outside as Scarlet Wavestar's situation is quite tense. Although you have lived in the inner island all this time, you have probably heard some rumors about what is happening in the outside world. If you were to meet someone from Brilliant Flame Sect now, it would do you no good. You should know that little bastard Wei Feng is still thinking about you, and that brilliant flame sect is using this as an excuse to suppress Ice Heart Valley into handing you over to them. Disciple understands clearly, Su Yan lightly spoke. But it is also for this reason that Disciple wishes to go out for life experience. Perhaps, after taking a walk outside, Disciple will receive some kind of inspiration, which will allow her cultivation to improve. A reasonable proposition. Ran Yunting nodded but still felt things were a bit difficult. If Su Yan had asked to go out at any other point, she certainly would not have tried to stop her. Although her disciple only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, her combat power was not inferior to an average third-order cultivator. She was the type of genius who could fight above her realm, an elite among elites. With her Ice Crystal Jade Body's special constitution and Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, Su Yan had few rivals below the Origin King realm. Cultivation was not just a matter of cultivating in secluded retreat. Going out for experience had always been an essential part of one's growth. But now, Scarlet Wavestar was in a state of upheaval. So how could Ran Yunting feel safe allowing Su Yan to wander outside? Just as she was considering what kind of excuse she could use to persuade Su Yan to remain in the sect, Ran Yunting suddenly noticed something and stared at Su Yan firmly, her brow gradually furrowing. Immediately, she released her divine sense and scanned Su Yan. What kind of problem did you encounter in your cultivation? Why is your pure jade ice heart suddenly unstable? Why has your cultivation regressed? Ran Yunting's beautiful face paled. She suddenly realized that Su Yan's cultivation had not risen since the last time she saw her, but had fallen instead. Although this decline was quite small, as Su Yan's master, Ran Yunting was naturally able to notice. This development stunned Ran Yunting. Even if Su Yan's own aptitude was not the highest, her special constitution and its unprecedented compatibility with Pure Ice Island's core secret art was enough to make up for any slight deficiencies in talent. What's more, Su Yan's aptitude was exceptional. Perhaps there were few people in the entire star field comparable to her. Her cultivation had always progressed at a rapid yet steady pace, but now this kind of strange situation had occurred. Ran Yunting's expression fluctuated for a time before she realized something. You have actually been affected by the secret art's backlash due to unstable emotions? Who was it that moved your heart? At this moment, Ran Yunting's expression had turned fierce, and her Saint Chi was pulsing madly from her figure. Cultivating the Ice Jade secret art required Su Yan to maintain a pure jade ice heart. As long as her pure jade ice heart was calm and serene, her cultivation would advance rapidly. On the other hand, she would suffer from increasingly intense backlash the more disturbed her pure jade ice heart became. The greatest disturbance to a pure jade ice heart was passion. This was something that any cultivator who cultivated the Ice Jade secret art must avoid at all cost. The pure jade ice heart must not be dyed with emotion, and love was by far the blackest of inks which would pollute it the fastest. Ran Yunting understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. No, you've lived in the inner island all year round and have not had any chance to contact men from the outside world. Ran Yunting shook his head in confusion, but soon recalled a certain incident, grit her teeth and questioned, Su Yan, tell your master honestly, is this related to that portrait you saw the other day? Do you know that man? Ran Yunting was a sharp person and, after considering countless possibilities in a very short period of time, she felt this was the most likely. When Su Yan saw the portrait that day, a strange expression had appeared on her face, a fact that strengthened Ran Yunting's suspicions. Facing her honored master's questioning, Su Yan bit her red lips lightly as a trace of guilt flashed across her face. But that soon disappeared and she replied softly, Disciple knows him. Ran Yunting turned pale and she asked in a trembling voice, What is your relationship with him? He is my junior brother and my man. When she said this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth, one that made her look extremely happy. Ran Yunting was stunned. Since she brought Su Yan back to Pure Ice Island nearly 30 years ago, she had never seen her smile. Today was a first. This sudden blooming smile formed a diametrically opposite contrast to Su Yan's cold aloofness, and combined with her flawless beauty, Ran Yunting was slightly dumbstruck for a moment. In her heart, a sense of inferiority welled up uncontrollably. Unfortunately, Ran Yunting soon dispelled these distracting thoughts and asked with a gloomy face, "You actually had a man? Since when?" "Since a long time before I met Honored Master." "Has your relationship with him ever been intimate?" Ran Yunting continued to ask. Su Yan's cheeks blushed slightly as she nodded. Ran Yunting's body trembled and she nearly lost her ability to stand, stumbling backwards a few steps as an obvious look of disappointment flashed across her eyes, and she said in a pained voice, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Honored Master never asked. Su Yan bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yunting snapped back, "I didn't ask because your aura was completely pure, so I assumed you still had your innocence. But since you have had intimate relations with a man, why is there no impurities in your aura?" Once a woman experienced intimacy with a man, some yang essence which belonged to that man would inevitably remain in her body. This aura was more than enough to indicate a loss of innocence. Su Yan's aura, however, was still pure, so Ran Yunting never even dreamed she was no longer a virgin. Is it because of her special constitution? It was also possible that Su Yan's physique was not innate but one she acquired, and perhaps when this happened her aura had been purified. Such impropriety! Ran Yunting grit her teeth and shouted. "Disciple has disappointed Honored Master." Su Yan lowered her eyes. "If I knew about this, I would never have allowed you to cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art." Ran Yunting was heartbroken as all her expectations for Su Yan turned into disappointment, and she said with red eyes, "Do you know that after cultivating the Ice Jade's secret art, once you encounter an emotional backlash, things will only get worse? Your current situation isn't too serious, but if things are left as they are, you will eventually lose your entire cultivation and degenerate into a waste." Disciple did not know. Su Yan shook her head but showed no trace of fear. When she came to Pure Ice Island and worshipped Ran Yunting as her master, she had simply followed Ran Yunting's instructions and cultivated whatever secret art she was given. How could she have raised any objections? It was only a few days ago, when she noticed a problem with her secret art, that any doubts came to her mind. Ran Yunting's expression darkened as she was aware of the seriousness of this problem, and although she was greatly disappointed in Su Yan's concealment of her romantic history, in the end, she was still very optimistic about her disciple. Anxiously, she said, "Su Yan, it's not too late. Cut off your emotional ties immediately, otherwise your cultivation will continue to regress, and you will eventually become an ordinary mortal. Once that happens, no one will be able to save you." "Cut my emotional ties?" Su Yan raised her head and looked at Ran Yunting, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes before she slowly but firmly shook her head. "Honored Master, forgive me, but Disciple is unable to do this." "You?" Ran Yunting was infuriated as she pointing to Su Yan, unable to say a word. Su Yan simply smiled again. "If I can see him again, even if Disciple degenerates into an ordinary mortal, she is willing." Ran Yunting became dazed as she stared at Su Yan blankly. "Are these your true feelings? Are you certain you won't regret it?" Su Yan nodded. "Have you not realized that this is just you seeking temporary happiness at the expense of your future? If you really become an ordinary mortal, your lifespan will become less than 100 years, and it won't be long before you become a withered old woman. When that happens, will that man of yours still have any interest in you? When that happens, it's likely he will simply abandon you." Su Yan's tender body trembled as a hint of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Ran Yunting saw this, she knew she had a chance and was just about to strike while the iron was hot. But before she could, that trace of fear in Su Yan's eyes disappeared. Su Yan stretched out her hand, brushed her hair back behind her ear and whispered, "If I can be together with him again, Disciple is still willing. When the time comes, Disciple will simply leave before she grows old, so she does not have to show him such an unsightly appearance." Madness! Ran Yunting's chest heaved up and down violently. She had never known that her disciple has such a stubborn, unreasonable side. "Honored Master, Disciple wants to go out," Su Yan quickly said. "Do you want to go out to look for that man?" Ran Yun Ting looked at her coldly. Before, she thought Su Yen wanted to go out to seek for an opportunity to break through her current bottleneck. But now, how could she not understand her disciple's true intentions? Obviously, Su Yen wanted to leave to seek out the person from that painting. Yes, please permit me, honored master. Su Yen did not try to deny it. In your dreams, Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted. From now on, you will remain in the inner island and not take one step outside. Master will find a way to solve your current difficulties for you. I hope you will not disappoint me any further. Honored master, Su Yen objected anxiously. Ran Yun Ting just snorted and yelled sharply, "Come in!" Two women with first-order origin realm cultivations walked in immediately and politely cupped their fists. What are Great Elder's orders? Bring Su Yen back to her residence and watch her carefully. If she dares to take a single step outside without my permission, I will hold both of you responsible. The two women looked at each other with stunned expressions, neither of them understanding what Su Yen could have done to anger Great Elder so greatly. One had to know that Great Elder Ran had always been extremely proud of Su Yen, and even bragged outside countless times that accepting Su Yen as her disciple was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Su Yen was definitely the greatest candidate to become the future pillar of Ice Heart Valley. But now, Ran Yun Ting had obviously become infuriated with Su Yen, to the point of putting her under house arrest. What exactly had happened? The two women did not dare to ask more and just glanced at Su Yen thoughtfully and said, "Junior Sister Su, please." Honored master. Su Yen looked at Ran Yun Ting beggingly, hoping she would change her mind. Take her. Ran Yun Ting turned her back to Su Yen and screamed, as if she never wanted to see her again. Junior Sister Su, please don't make things difficult for us. Among the two girls, the taller woman frowned and urged impatiently. Su Yen stared at Ran Yun Ting's back and sighed softly, knowing that nothing would work. Bowing slightly, she turned around and walked out. Soon, only Ran Yun Ting was left inside the ice room, staring at the portrait hanging on the ice wall with fiery eyes. She wanted nothing more than to cut up this man into 1,000 pieces. Lifting her hand, she palmed forward mercilessly. With a bang, the portrait instantly turned into dust. Little brat, you best not fall into the hands of this queen, otherwise, I will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces, Ran Yun Ting declared viciously. As long as there was still a chance to rectify Su Yan's situation, Ran Yun Ting wouldn't hesitate to kill Xianxia to dispel her disciple's heart demon. If Su Yan was unwilling to cut off her emotions, her honored master would do it for her. As long as this man died, Su Yan's path forward would no longer be hindered, and she would not continue to suffer backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art. Perhaps she would be sad and disappointed for a while, but Ran Yun Ting believed that as time passed, Su Yan would only feel grateful and not resent her. After thinking so, Ran Yun Ting quickly left her ice room and headed towards the ice peak where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. She had to ask the Supreme Elder about this matter, as she was not actually certain if this method would be effective. So long as Ran Yun Ting could get a nod from the Supreme Elder, she wouldn't have any worries left. The inner island of Pure Ice Island had many cross-crossing paths that lead in all directions. Many female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were walking about the unique buildings carved from pure, crystal ice. Su Yen walked along a certain ice road in despair, making her way back to her room step by step. The two female responsible for guarding her followed closely behind while exchanging divine sense messages with each other. Senior Sister Zhou, what mistake do you think Su Yen made to enrage Great Elder to this extent? The shorter woman asked suspiciously. The taller Senior Sister Zhou just coldly snorted. Great Elder didn't say, so how would I know? But no matter what happened, it certainly is no trivial matter. Otherwise, Great Elder would not put Su Yen under house arrest. This little girl truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since entering Ice Heart Valley, she has always had eyes atop her head, never putting us senior sisters in her eyes. Even if we met by chance, she would never offer greetings or display any kind of courtesy at all. And she's relied completely on Great Elder's favor to do as she pleases. The petite woman snickered. Now that she has offended Great Elder and fallen out of favor, Let's see if she dares act arrogant again in the future. As her senior sisters, it's time we teach her how to behave. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They felt extremely happy right now, as if the sky had become brighter today. As she was walking along though, Su Yan suddenly stopped, and her eyes brightened. Turning towards a certain direction, her figure flickered and flew off. The expressions of the two women who had been following her changed dramatically as they thought Su Yan was trying to escape. But in the next moment, they saw her arrive in front of a few other Ice Heart Valley disciples. What now? The woman surnamed Zhou showed an unhappy expression as she hurried over. Nearby, a few Ice Heart Valley disciples who were talking in low voices wore confused looks on their faces. They did not understand why Su Yan had suddenly run over to them. The leader of this group, a woman with a powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivation, frowned slightly as she observed Sun Yan and asked, "Aren't you Great Elder Rant's disciple, Su Yan?" "She's Su Yan. I heard that she was only a third-order saint when she first arrived here, but now, in less than 30 years, she's almost reached the second-order origin returning realm. I also heard those rumors, so this is what she looks like." The several women walked up to and began looking towards Su Yan, as if this was the first time they had ever seen her. "Yes," Su Yan nodded. "Greetings, senior sisters. And, do you have some business with us?" the lead woman asked. "I just heard several senior sisters discussing the person in that portrait. Have you met him before?" Su Yan pointed to the portrait held by the leading woman. "You mean this fellow?" The lead woman raised the portrait and laughed lightly. "I've indeed met him before." Su Yan's eyes lit up and she asked urgently, "When did senior sister meet him? Is he well?" The woman frowned and asked back doubtfully, "Does junior sister know this person too?" When she asked, Su Yan realized that she had made a mistake. When she was walking just now, she suddenly heard someone talking about Xianxia and rushed over immediately. Su Yan took a gentle breath and restrained her swirling emotions before nodding lightly. I know him. Senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he was? If you can, junior sister will be incredibly grateful. The relationship between junior sister and him seems to be quite good." The lead woman giggled lightly but did not dig any deeper into the subject. "Telling you is naturally not an issue, however, this was a matter from several years ago." "A few years ago?" Su Yan frowned. "Yeah, junior sister, you also know that the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago and that I and several others from the sect entered to explore it, right? It was there that I met him. If it were not for his help at that time, we senior sisters would likely have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of brilliant flame sect's Kong Wendong. He even helped us kill that Kong Wendong." "He killed Kong Wendong?" "Kong Wendong is a third-order origin returning realm master. Being able to kill him must mean that man is very powerful. Yes?" The group of women who had gathered previously all chatted in amazement. If Xianxia was here, he would recognize this woman leading the group. During his expedition to the Emperor Garden, the first real fight Xianxia had encountered was between this woman and Kong Wendong over an ancient cave mansion. Xianxia's true alchemy enlightenment scripture and purple origin alchemy furnace were obtained at that time. "Could you tell me more about that encounter?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked towards the woman expectantly. The woman looked back at Su Yan thoughtfully, seemingly becoming aware of something, and nodded. "Sure." The lead woman began telling the story of what happened to her in the Emperor Garden a few years ago, entrancing the group of disciples from Iceheart Valley. But Su Yan had long ago fallen into a daze. "He's already so strong." She did not know who this Kong Wendong was, but from the reactions of her fellow disciples, Su Yan was able to infer some information. Kong Wendong was definitely a peak-level master in the third-order origin returning realm, and Xianxia was already able to kill him a few years ago when he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Several years had passed now, so what realm had Xianxia reached? Just how powerful was he now? Her junior brother, her man, was already so outstanding. A light smile filled Su Yan's face, one that seemed to brighten the entire Pure Ice Island. "Junior sister Su, please come with us now. Don't make things more difficult than they need to be." The tall woman in charge of guarding Su Yen urged impatiently as the happy look on the latter's face somehow annoyed her. Yes, if we are delayed here and Great Elder finds out, we will be the ones who are punished? Or is Junior Sister Su saying you are willing to take responsibility for us? The shorter woman snapped. The others all looked at them in surprise. Then at Su Yen, not understanding what was going on. Su Yen thanked the senior sister who told her about Yang Kai before quickly saying goodbye and continuing to walk towards her ice mansion. Walking briskly as she tried to sweep away her previous sorrows, at the bottom of a blue river, the sealed world bead sat silently covered in silt for almost an entire year. One day, however, a school of fish swam by, close enough to disturb the silt covering the sealed world bead, exposing it from its hiding spot. One curious fish from the school spotted the sealed world bead, opened its mouth and swallowed it down. Twisting about a bit uncomfortably for a moment, the fish then casually caught up with the rest of its school. 10 days later, these fish swam into a vast lake, and as soon as they entered this place, a huge black shadow appeared from the depths. This black shadow opened its mouth wide, like a whale, and inhaled deeply, swallowing almost 80% of the school of river fish. A short time later, this black shadow belched and left contentedly. A few days later, 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance of the lake, an iron ship was sailing along slowly. Aboard this iron ship, a group of cultivators were pushing their Saint Chi to use secret technique and artifacts in combat with a huge black shadow below the water's surface. Half an hour later, the shadow was killed, and the cultivators happily fished up the shadow from the lake. This strange fish was nearly 20 meters in length and had large, bulging red eyes. Its mouth was filled with jagged fangs, giving it a truly terrifying appearance. Most notable, however, was its tail, which was ball-shaped and filled with spikes. Many of the cultivators aboard the ship were injured while fighting this strange fish, but at this moment, they all had joyful looks upon their faces as they examined their spoils. Uncle Wang, this flowing starfish is enormous. From the struggle it put up just now, it's likely a peak 8 order monster beast. A young man at the first order Saint King realm stood next to the strange fish and kicked its belly lightly with his foot, smiling as he called out to an old man in green robes nearby. The old man smiled and stroked his beard as he nodded. And this is a flowing starfish that has grown to its limit, a genuine peak 8th order monster beast. Ha ha ha, we've struck it rich this time. The flowing starfish's monster core is extremely rare and worth at least 200,000 Saint crystals, much more than the monster core of other monster beasts of this level. The young man laughed. Yes, with this flowing starfish, our trip this time has already been worthwhile. Selling the monster core will provide our Wang family's cultivators 6 months' worth of cultivation resources. Uncle Wang, should I process it? Or do you want to do it yourself? The young man looked at the old man. You do it, of course. This old master is too old to do such bloody work, the old man said, drawing a laugh from everyone on the boat. The young man did not complain and immediately took out a small silver dagger before pouring his Saint Chi into it to form a long blade which he stabbed into the fish's body. A moment later, the young man extracted a fist-sized monster core from the fish's head. The young man then respectfully handed the monster core to the old man. The old man took a closer look and nodded. And this is an excellent monster core, one that contains an extremely rich water attribute energy. If this is used by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art, they will be able to rapidly improve their strength. Alright, this old master will look after this monster core for the time being and hand it over to the patriarch when we return. Everyone here will be rewarded well for this merit. Hearing this, the cultivators who participated in the battle just now cheered in excitement. This flowing starfish is quite rare, and its flesh is also a delicacy that cannot be wasted. Call someone over to process it. After the old man gave the order, he turned around and entered his cabin. The young man standing next to the fish then called over a few of the younger disciples to handle it. This young man was naturally unwilling to handle such menial work and assigned the disciples with the lowest cultivation on board to handle it. Generally, these low-level disciples wouldn't participate in the battle and were only responsible for doing chores to earn some saint crystals for their cultivation. Although the flowing starfish was quite big, it was not too much trouble to handle. A short time later, everything was processed, and the fish meat was specially preserved to not lose its freshness while its organs which were of no use were thrown overboard. Somewhere at the bottom of the boat, in a rather crude room, a young girl about 16 or 17 years old closed her door tightly and sat on her bed. Looking left and right, with a guilty expression on her face, she carefully reached into her pocket and pulled out an unremarkable-looking bead. This bead was only about the size of a longan and did not seem to be anything special. But this did not stop the young girl's heart from pounding. "Is this a monster core?" the girl muttered to herself, her face flushing with excitement as she bit her thin lip and looked at the bead in her hand anxiously. Just now, she was one of the lower base disciples who had processed the fish, and at the time she had accidentally found this bead in its belly, after which she quickly hid it from the others. She thought it might be the flowing starfish's monster core. Now, thinking about what she had just done, however, she couldn't help feeling fearful. Since she came out with her family's iron ship, everything she obtained should technically belong to the family. She did not know what came over her at the time to actually try to pocket this bead for herself. It was obviously impossible for her to turn it in now. If she tried to, she would likely be punished by the family law for theft. This isn't a monster core. The girl was not able to calm herself, so she instead tried to convince herself that she hadn't done anything wrong to ease her guilt. The monster core had been taken away by her Uncle Wang, and she had never heard about a monster beast that formed two monster cores. Moreover, this bead had no energy fluctuations, so obviously it could not be a monster core. But since it wasn't a monster core, what was it? Why was it in the belly of that fish? The girl tilted her head to the side and kept staring at the bead in her hand in confusion. Suddenly, the bead flashed and mysteriously disappeared from her hand. At the same time, strangely, a person appeared in front of her. The girl turned pale when she witnessed this and quickly lifted her head to examine this stranger. Standing in front of her was a young man who seemed to be around 25 or 60 years old. His expression was also slightly confused, seemingly puzzled by his current situation. For eyes suddenly met, and the girl's beautiful eyes flashed with terror as she opened her small mouth to try to shout. Xianxia moved faster though and quickly managed to cover her mouth. The girl struggled, punching and kicking Xianxia as her face filled with panic, obviously thinking Xianxia was some kind of heinous criminal. "Don't shout and don't move," Xianxia frowned as shouted in a low tone. He still does not quite understand what had happened, but he quickly discerned that after coming out he had appeared on an iron ship that was carrying several cultivators. Although the strongest cultivator aboard was only at the first-order origin returning realm, nothing he needed to worry about. Xianxia did not want to stir up trouble unnecessarily. As such, he would first need to deal with this girl, albeit a bit roughly. The girl remained undeterred, however, and continued struggling. Xianxia saw that any attempt at gentle persuasion here would be ineffective and instead wore a vicious grin, and as he swept his eyes over the girl's figure and whispered maliciously, "If you don't cooperate obediently, this king will have his way with you first, then feed everyone else on this ship to the fishes." The young girl's tender body shivered as a pleading look appeared in her beautiful eyes. She kept shaking her head as tears flowed out, obviously uneasy. But despite being terribly frightened, she really calmed down and stopped struggling. "Everything will be fine as long as you remain obedient." Xianxia showed a faint smile, pausing for a moment before following up. "I will warn you now, I could crush this boat and everyone on it to dust with a snap of my fingers. After all, the old fogey with the highest strength here is nothing but a first-order origin returning realm weakling. However, I am merciful and do not enjoy slaughtering the innocent. So, if you care for your family and friends, you'd best not annoy me, lest you suffer the consequences." The girl's beautiful eyes trembled as she nodded repeatedly. Xianxia casually stating the realm of the strongest person on board had made the young girl realize just how scary the young man in front of her was. Naturally, she wasn't going to act carelessly with her and her clansmen's lives. Xianxia released her a moment later, and sure enough, the young girl no longer tried to scream. instead just choosing to stare at him apprehensively without saying a word. Okay, there is no need to be afraid. Although I will not claim to be a good person, I am also not someone wicked either. As long as you cooperate, there will be some benefits for you. Yang Kai finally comforted. This young girl's courage apparently wasn't small, and after recovering from her initial fright, and seeing the amiable look on Yang Kai's face, she truly calmed down. But she still didn't dare to speak at will and just stood there uneasily. Yang Kai released his divine sense next to carefully scan his surroundings before formulating a hypothesis for why he had appeared here. Originally, he had hidden the sealed world bead at the bottom of a river, but now, it seemed it had somehow found its way into this little girl's hands. The exact chain of events was of course still a mystery to Yang Kai, but that did not really matter. The other party's cultivation only reached the third-order transcendent realm, meaning she was not even a saint yet. She was slender and looked a bit delicate. Where is this place and who are you? Yang Kai focused his attention, found a chair to sit down in, and asked the girl. The girl gulped before suppressing the panic in her heart and replied with a trembling voice. Reporting to Senior, this is Thorn Lake, and we are from the Wang family. Thorn Lake, Wang family. Yang Kai naturally hadn't heard these names before, but he figured it was the territory of some family on this cultivation star. Once again, this did not really matter to Yang Kai. Now that he had exited the sealed world bead, his first task was to find out if Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star. Although Yang Kai figured he had been here for more than a year now, and Luo Hai had probably given up searching for him, he could not act carelessly or act too overtly. This was why he had forced this young girl to cooperate with him. He needed to gather some intelligence from her. It was unlikely that this little girl would know much, but seeing how Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, his every move would be very eye-catching, so there was a chance this girl had at least heard some useful rumors. What cultivation star is this? Yang Kai asked again. Scarlet Wave Star. The girl looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai frowned for a moment but quickly recalled the many dealings he had with cultivators from this cultivation star. Without even mentioning Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley, just Su Dingyang he had met in the blood prison seemed to be from Scarlet Wave Star. Before Su Dingyang died, he had asked Yang Kai to go to Blue Feather Sect to inform them of his death. Coincidentally, Yang Kai had come to this very cultivation star. Is the Scarlet Wave Star occupied by Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley? Yes. The girl nodded. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, and both have an Origin King Realm Master who commands them. After answering several of Yang Kai's questions, the girl's mood settled greatly and she became bolder, even taking the initiative to come forward and pour Yang Kai a glass of water. She could tell now that Yang Kai was not some kind of villain. Both have Origin Kings overseeing them. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know much about these two sects, but judging from the strength of the people he had come into contact with, it wasn't too much of a shock that they possessed masters of such level. Then is there a force called Blue Feather Sect here? Yang Kai asked next. The girl's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment. Does Senior have some friendship with Blue Feather Sect? Not exactly, answer my question. The girl's expression changed slightly as she nodded and quickly replied. Our Wang family is attached to Blue Feather Sect. Oh! Yang Kai raised his brow. Is that true? Junior dares not deceive Senior. The girl bit her red lips. Then tell me, what is the name of Blue Feather Sect's sect master? Sect Master Su Dingyang. Yang Kai gently nodded. Observing this young girl's words and expressions, he could tell that she was not deceiving him. After confirming that the other party was not lying to him, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before he took out a space ring and handed it to her. Senior, this is... Your Blue Feather Sect's sect master died in the blood prison. This is his space ring. I only met him by chance right before the end. At that point, he requested I inform Blue Feather Sect about his death if I ever visited Scarlet Wave Star. Now that I have met you here though, I shall hand this task over to you. If you bring this space ring to Blue Feather Sect, they will naturally be able to confirm its authenticity. Sect Master died? The girl was shocked. In her opinion, the cultivation of Blue Feather Sect's sect master was extremely profound, higher than she would ever be able to reach. Yet now, she was hearing that such a powerful master had actually fallen. The young could not help feeling a bit dazed. Xianxia gave her some time to digest this news before he asked, "What is your name?" "Junior is called Wang Ying." Xianxia nodded. "Wang Ying, what important matters have happened on Scarlet Wave Star recently? Has some powerful foreign master arrived here?" "A powerful master?" Wang Ying was at a loss and shook her head. "Junior doesn't know, but if it is about important matters, there really has been something occurring recently. Let's hear it." Wang Ying proceeded to tell him about how Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley were both searching for someone. Although Wang Ying didn't know what person Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley were looking for, or even what they looked like exactly, she had heard rumors that it was a young man in his 20s or 30s. Hearing this, Xianxia realized the situation was not optimistic. Could the one they were looking for be me? The timing at least matched when I arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Brilliant Flame Sect looking for him, Xianxia could understand. After all, in the Blood Prison, Xianxia had heard that the Supreme Elder of Brilliant Flame Sect had some friendship with Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star, he would definitely seek assistance from Brilliant Flame Sect. But why was Ice Heart Valley looking for him as well? Xianxia had some intersection with the people from Ice Heart Valley, but that was only a small incident back in the Emperor Garden. There were no grievances between him and Ice Heart Valley, so why were they interested in finding him? Word of the Emperor Artifact and Origin Essence Crystal would never have been leaked. Luo Hai's entire purpose was to obtain these two treasures, so how could he possibly tell anyone else about them? Xianxia thought about it but couldn't figure out the whole story. "Senior." Wang Ying could not help calling out when Xianxia stopped talking for some time. "I'm very satisfied with your answers. This is for you?" Xianxia said as he placed a small package on a nearby desk before casually getting up and with a flicker, disappearing from the room. Wang Ying did not even see how he moved. Stunned for a moment, Wang Ying soon took a deep breath as she felt a great pressure suddenly lift from her shoulders. Stepping forward slowly, she walked over to the desk and opened the package. The next instant, her beautiful eyes brightened. Inside were at least 20 exquisite jade bottles, each one filled with precious pills. No one noticed Xianxia leaving the iron ship. After Xianxia was outside, he casually picked a direction and flew forward. Scarlet Wave Star was not safe as Luo Hai was still searching for him with the assistance of the biggest sects on the star. Xianxia wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Luo Hai found some trace of him, things would become troublesome. Now that his control over Space Force had increased dramatically, Xianxia was not worried he would die at Luo Hai's hands, but being chased around by such a master was still an unpleasant experience. How to leave safely was his biggest problem, though. The divine sense of an Origin King Realm Master was incredible, and there was no way to tell if Luo Hai or Brilliant Flame Sect were paying attention to the movements of cultivators leaving Scarlet Wave Star. If someone noticed him, Xianxia would be right back where he started. For now, it was probably safest for him to remain in hiding on Scarlet Wave Star. With a solemn expression, Xianxia considered his options. This was the first time he had been hunted down by an Origin King Realm Master, and a Star Master at that. It was a stressful experience. The atmosphere on Scarlet Wave Star was quite tense right now. Although Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley had always been at odds, there had never been a time when they were openly attacking one another like now. The small families and sects attached to the two great forces had also been mobilized. Throughout Scarlet Wave Star, battles could be seen almost everywhere, and many cultivators died every day. As Xianxia flew along, he witnessed countless small skirmishes. Some fights were between two opponents while others involved hundreds or even thousands all at once, making for an extremely lively scene. One day, as he flew high up in the sky, Xianxia heard a shout come from below. Xianxia looked down and found that there were at least 600 people gathered below, assembled into two camps, fighting each other. Needless to say, this was another conflict between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley, with each side suffering casualties and staining the ground red with blood. The brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques was extremely dazzling even from afar. Yang Kai shook his head slowly and continued on his way after flying forward a few dozen kilometers, though Yang Kai sensed the fluctuations of battle coming from below again. However, this fight was quite small, only involving 3 people who had seemingly been separated from the main battlefield. 2 men were besieging a woman. The cultivations of this group were not high. The woman was just a second-order Saint King while the 2 men were the same. Fighting 2 opponents of the same level, the woman was clearly at a disadvantage. No matter how she tried to move, she would be flanked and forced back. However, the 2 men seemed to be wary of this woman's methods and didn't move in for a decisive blow, instead choosing to wear down her stamina and Saint Chi. The woman was dressed in pure white robes and gave off an ice-cold aura, while the 2 men clearly cultivated fire attribute secret arts. The blazing hot aura from their bodies easily countered the chill pulsing from the woman's body, and while they attacked, they would constantly taunt her in an attempt to disturb her concentration. With their Saint Chi attributes mutually restraining one another, the situation of the woman was extremely difficult. When Yang Kai passed by above, he couldn't help frowning slightly and glancing down. When the woman's profile entered Yang Kai's line of sight, he immediately came to a halt as his eyes shrank. Staring at the woman, Yang Kai was dumbfounded, as if he discovered something impossible. The woman moved about lithely, and as her hair flew about, Yang Kai was able to catch a glimpse of her face. It's actually her. Yang Kai's body trembled as an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. He never expected he would encounter this woman on Scarlet Wave Star. Woman, this Lu advises you to surrender without a fight. Do so and you'll suffer less. This Lu is a man of culture and does not want to embarrass a woman. On the battlefield down below, the older-looking man called out while attacking, as if he was trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked a little younger, coldly snorted in response. Why bother speaking any nonsense with her, Senior Brother Lu? This woman's looks are pleasing. So, once we capture her alive, we'll be able to thoroughly enjoy her while she begs for death. Although the cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect all cultivated fire attribute secret arts, they possessed a secret technique that could allow them to harvest the ice attribute Saint Chi of Iceheart Valley Disciple to achieve a rapid rise in their cultivations. The 2 sects had been enemies for countless years, and many female disciples from Iceheart Valley had disappeared over those millennia, almost all of whom were captured and taken away by Brilliant Flame Sect. The fate of those female disciples was easy to imagine. Although this kind of secret technique was also quite dangerous to Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivators. Many of their disciples were hot-headed and took pride in tormenting Iceheart Valley disciples to harvest their cultivations. Brilliant Flame Sect's leaders ignored such behavior and even condoned it in secret. The 2 Brilliant Flame Sect men engaging in such banter greatly disturbed the woman's focus. Despicable. Shameless. The woman grit her teeth and pushed her Saint Chi even harder, sending out a wave of ice attribute energy which condensed into the shape of a flock of birds which weaved through the air as they honed in on the 2 vile men, trying to blind their vision. She's trying to run away. The younger Brilliant Flame Sect disciple reacted quickly and pushed his fire attribute Saint Chi, turning him into a burning ball of flame as he dove straight into the flock of ice birds. The ice vaporized on contact as the flames were far too intense. Lu Xiang took advantage of the momentary opening his partner had created and punched towards the gap in the iceberg screen. A huge flame tiger suddenly appeared and sent out a shocking roar as it charged towards the fleeing woman. Being attacked from both left and right, the woman was immediately suppressed, and although she used all the means she had at her disposal to resolve this crisis, she was still hit by the flame tiger on her shoulder, creating a long gash, out of which her blood poured. As she staggered from the blow, the 2 Brilliant Flame Sect disciples rushed towards her with grim expressions. The woman's face became desperate as she felt her life flash before her eyes, a trace of regret and nostalgia overwhelming her for a moment before she quickly steeled her will and made her resolve. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of this pair from Brilliant Flame Sect, her fate would be worse than death. In fact, whenever the disciples of Iceheart Valley went out, the elders would warn them that if they had a choice, it was better for them to die than to be captured. Every disciple of Ice Heart Valley remembered these words. Damn! This cheap slut wants to commit suicide, the younger Brilliant Flame Sect disciple shouted. He had fought with many disciples of Ice Heart Valley and had seen this scene numerous times before, so he understood this woman's intentions. She won't get to die so easily. Lu Xiang smiled wickedly as he stretched out his hand, flung out a rope-like artifact covered in flaming light that swiftly wound around the woman. Immediately yanking on the rope, it tightened up greatly. The woman's rapidly surging St. Chi's fluctuations suddenly subsided and she stood in place, a look of horror filling her face. Haha! This Lu's Yuan sealing rope was specially created by an artifact refining grandmaster to suppress you Ice Heart Valley women. As long as you're bound by this rope, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to detonate your St. Chi. Lu Xiang saw he had succeeded and didn't bother keeping up his previous moral image, instead lewdly gazing at his capture prey with a wicked grin on his face. Kill me! The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not circulate her St. Chi. This rope artifact seemed to not only bind her body, but her cultivation as well. Lu Xiang was not joking. This artifact had indeed been created specifically to deal with disciples of Ice Heart Valley, and now that she was tied up by it, she couldn't circulate her St. Chi at all. How could I be willing to kill you? Lu Xiang grinned evilly. It's not easy to catch a woman from Ice Heart Valley alive, and you're such a beauty. This Lu cannot wait to savor your taste. The woman's face was pale as she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. You still want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? In your dreams. The younger man snorted coldly, reached out his hand, and sent a wave of his St. Chi into the woman's body, causing her to stiffen in place, unable to even speak. Let's leave here first. Lu Xiang glanced over at the main battlefield several dozen kilometers away but did not show any intention to go help. For him, catching one enemy alive was enough. Junior brother will accompany you. The other man grinned meaningfully. Naturally, don't worry, junior brother will have his share as well. Lu Xiang understood his meaning, stepped forward, and grabbed towards the captured woman. However, after taking only 3 steps, in a flash, a strange figure appeared in front of him and stood between him and the woman. Lu Xiang was taken aback and instinctively jumped back several dozen meters. Staring at this newcomer vigilantly, he questioned in a low voice, "Friend, who are you?" The other party's only response was an icy cold glare, one that made Lu Xiang, who cultivated a fire attribute secret art and should be immune to most cold, shiver uncontrollably. Senior brother. The younger cultivator also found that something was wrong. The young man who appeared suddenly looked at them with an unkind look, and there was a rich murderous intent pulsing from his body. Obviously, this stranger didn't have good intentions here. Lu Xiang frowned as he stared for a moment before his eyes suddenly bulged and he exclaimed, "It's you!" He clearly recognized the identity of this person. As soon as these words fell, Lu Xiang didn't hesitate to use his movement skill to flee. Lu Xiang's partner was stunned for a moment, but did not dare to remain either, quickly turning into a flaming beam of light as he tried to escape. This stranger who had suddenly appeared was an origin-returning realm master, not someone they could compete with at all. Although the two of them did not want to give up the woman they had worked so hard to capture, preserving their lives was far more important compared to her. Moreover, both of them recognized that this newcomer was none other than the person they had been looking for this past year. Right now, their most important duty was to report discovering him here as soon as possible. The speed of these two was quite good, and in the blink of an eye they had already run a few thousand meters. The young man didn't seem to care, however, and only when their figures were about to disappear from sight did he stretch out his hand unhurriedly and snapped his fingers twice. The sound of something shattering rang out next. Suddenly, in the distance, 2 screams rang out and the 2 Brilliant Flame Sect disciples stopped in place, as if struck by lightning, then fell to the ground. The captured woman was completely startled as her beautiful eyes stared at the back of the man in front of her. For a moment, she felt that this broad figure, that stood before her like a mountain, was quite a pleasant sight and her heart filled with gratitude. She had not expected that at this critical time, a master would suddenly appear to help her. There were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley, but perhaps this person was someone from a sect attached to Ice Heart Valley. She wanted to open her mouth to offer her thanks, but the seal which was placed on her by the brilliant flame sect disciple before was still preventing her from speaking. However, why did this person's back seem somewhat familiar? The longer she stared, the more she felt she had seen it somewhere before. The puzzled the woman greatly. After killing the two brilliant flame sect disciples, the murderous intent radiating from the man in front of him quickly dissipated, and he turned around to direct a complicated look towards her. Looking at each other, it was as if she had been struck by a petrification technique as she stared at the face of the man who had saved her. She could hardly believe her eyes. Xianxia let out a sigh and spoke first. "Senior Xianxia, it's been many years since we last met." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and with a wave, cut off the rope-like artifact that was binging her. Without the shackles of this artifact, Xianxia was able to break the seal which was placed on her by circulating her Saint Chi slightly. However, instead of doing so, she simply remained frozen in place, staring at Xianxia in shock. She never expected that it would be Xianxia who came to her rescue. One had to know that Xianxia, the one responsible for stirring up all the chaos on Scarlet Wave Star this past year, had never once shown his face. On top of that, his current strength was impossible for Xianxia to see through, which meant his cultivation was at least a full great realm higher than her own. Only such a massive gap would prevent her from being able to properly gauge his level. How did he manage to grow so quickly? Xianxia had thought that Su Yan's growth was scary enough. After all, they had all left Tongxian realm together, and at the time, Su Yan's cultivation was lower than hers, but after entering the star field, Su Yan seemed to fully blossom and her cultivation soared upwards, reaching the first-order origin returning realm not long ago. Yet, Xianxia seemed to have reached an even higher cultivation than Su Yan. Where had he been all these years? How did he cultivate? Xianxia's thoughts were a mess. Only after a long time did Xianxia gradually calm down and ask hesitantly, "Xianxia? Is it really you?" "It's me." Xianxia nodded gently. He too had not expected to meet the former sect master of Ice Sect, Xianxia, here on Scarlet Wave Star. The moment he saw her, Xianxia had doubted whether he was imagining things. Xianxia and Su Yan were supposed to be together though, so if Xianxia was here, what about Su Yan? Was she here too? Xianxia's thoughts became turbulent, and he was barely able to suppress the expectations deep in his heart. "Senior Xianxia, Su Yan?" Xianxia took a deep breath and asked, his voice nearly cracking, afraid he would not hear the answer he was looking for. "Su Yan is fine, you don't have to worry." Xianxia's answer lifted a great weight from Xianxia's heart. It had been more than 30 years since they last met. This kind of parting was different from the one he had with Xianing Chong, as although Xianxia had not seen little senior sister for many years, he at least knew she was safe on Tongxian realm, waiting for him to return. Su Yan's situation was entirely different. For so many years, Xianxia did not know where she was, how she was living, or whether she was safe. This worry tormented him far more than them simply being separated. Xianxia's few words brought a broad smile to Xianxia's face, one filled with relief. "Did you arrive here together?" Xianxia asked again. "Where is she now?" "She's not here right now. She's currently back in Ice Heart Valley." "Ice Heart Valley? You joined Ice Heart Valley?" Xianxia was stunned. Su Yan and Xianxia actually joined Ice Heart Valley. Fate was truly unpredictable. As early as a few years ago, Xianxia had dealings with people from Ice Heart Valley in the Emperor Garden, and now, after arriving on Scarlet Wave Star by accident, he had learned just how powerful a force Ice Heart Valley was. However, Xianxia had never thought that Su Yan and Xianxia had joined Ice Heart Valley. If he had known this earlier, he would have come looking for them sooner. However, Ice Heart Valley only accepted female disciple, and was famous for its disciples all cultivating ice attribute secret arts and secret technique. It was truly a suitable place for Su Yan and Xianxia. After all, Ice Sect, which they had originally belonged to, was quite similar. "Su Yan has missed you greatly," but she was unable to return to Tongxian realm. "She kept telling me all these years that once she could travel the star field alone, she would definitely go back to find you." Xianxia looked at Yang Kai and couldn't help reminiscing about Tong Xian realm which she had left all those years ago. I know. I've been looking for her all these years as well. Yang Kai smiled. But just as he was about to inquire more about Su Yan with Xianxia, he suddenly frowned and said, "This isn't a place to stay and talk. We should leave here first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and used his Saint Chi to wrap up Xianxia before quickly disappearing from where they stood. 10 breaths or so later, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators appeared in the spot Yang Kai and Xianxia had just left, and their leader furrowed his brow. There were people here just now. How did they suddenly disappear? Perhaps they noticed our auras and ran away, someone speculated. No matter, our priority is to reinforce our sect in the battle up ahead. The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away from that battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Xianxia found an inn and rented a small room. Inside the room, Yang Kai asked about how Su Yan had been these past few years carefully. Learning that she was well and had not only entered Ice Heart Valley but also worshipped its great elder Ran Yun Ting as her master, Yang Kai felt completely relieved. Ice Heart Valley had an Origin King Realm master protecting it, and could not be considered a weak force, so the cultivation of their great elder was not low. Being accepted as the disciple of such a master was a great blessing for Su Yan. Yang Kai even felt faintly grateful to this Ran Yun Ting. Had it not been for her careful guidance, it would have been impossible for Su Yan to reach the First Order Origin Returning Realm in such a short time. Xianing Chong had refined Tong Xian Realm Star Source to achieve her current cultivation, so Su Yan being able to stand on equal footing with her simply through her own efforts in cultivation showed how outstanding her aptitude was. Xianxia even informed Yang Kai that Su Yan was already preparing to break through to the Second Order. Yang Kai felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why the pair had joined Ice Heart Valley, it was a simple stroke of luck. According to Xianxia, after they were separated from Qianyu, they had arrived on Green Mountain Star through a void corridor. There, Xianxia, Su Yan, and Qianhao stayed and cultivated for a time on Green Mountain Star, but with their low strength at the Second and Third Order Saint Realm, they were unable to earn too many Saint Crystals, far from enough to satisfy their cultivation needs. All that changed when they met Ran Yun Ting by chance. At that time, Ran Yun Ting had been on Green Mountain Star for some unspecified reason, and after seeing Su Yan, was overjoyed with her innate talent and immediately offered to bring her back to the Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could the trio refuse such a good offer? After carefully inquiring about Ice Heart Valley, Su Yan and Xianxia decided to join. As for Qianhao, because he was a man, he was unable to follow them. However, Ran Yun Ting arranged for Qianhao to enter a sect which was attached to Ice Heart Valley, and now he had reached the Second Order Saint King Realm. After hearing what Xianxia said, Yang Kai wore a strange expression. "So you really were at Green Mountain Star?" He smiled bitterly. Qianyu had stayed on the Green Mountain Star for some time but was never able to find any information on Su Yan and the others. Apparently, they had simply been too late. If Yang Kai had arrived on Green Mountain Star 20 or 30 years earlier, he might still have been able to meet them. But when Qianyu was there searching for them, Su Yan and the others had already left for Scarlet Wave Star. Right? Qianyu has been missing you greatly as well. You've met Qianyu? Is she all right? Xianxia asked with pleasant surprise. After they had been separated that year, she no longer knew how Qianyu was doing and had been worried about her all this time. Now hearing Yang Kai's words, Xianxia was incredibly happy. Naturally, she is well, but you should ask her yourself. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ask her myself? Xianxia frowned slightly, wondering what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai simply closed his eyes and scanned the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Quickly finding Qianyu and confirming that she was not in retreat, he called out to warn her before swiftly bringing her out of the sealed world bead. What's the matter? Qianyu asked with some confusion after she appeared. Look who I found. Yang Kai pointed behind her and smiled. Qianyu turned around and her beautiful eyes instantly bulged as tears formed at their corners. Trembling slightly, she called out in joyful surprise, Sect Master! Qianxia was also extremely excited. Although the star field was filled with wonders, they had never forgotten their longing to reunite with one another. On Tongshen realm, in the ice sect, Xianxia and Qianyu had a close relationship just like sisters, so now that they had met once more after so many years of separation, they were both naturally very emotional. Both of them had puffy red eyes. Embracing one another and confirming that they were both well and had advanced greatly in their respective cultivations. The two women continued celebrating joyfully. Yang Kai, you actually found sect master. Qianyu turned a grateful look towards Yang Kai. Since meeting him on Shadowed Star, Qianyu had always taken looking for Xianxia and the others as her goal, almost to the point where it became a heart demon for her. Yang Kai had fulfilled her greatest wish today. Where is my brother? Where is Su Yan? Are they all right? Qianyu asked anxiously. Both your brother Qian Hao and Su Yan are doing well. The sect he has joined is called the Illusion Soul Sect. You don't have to worry about his well-being. Xianxia comforted. That's good. That's good. Qianyu's cheeks were wet as she continued weeping tears of joy while her face was filled with smiles. Come, tell me about your situation over these past few years. I've already told Yang Kai about our affairs. Xianxia took Qianyu's hand and sat down to chat. Qianyu obliged and began telling her story. Learning that she had almost become a brothel woman used to satisfy men, Qianxu's expression became ice-cold, and she could not help shooting a grateful glance towards Yang Kai. When she heard that Yang Kai had now almost unified an entire cultivation star, Xianxia was thoroughly shocked. Even if there were no origin kings there, it was not a simple matter to unify a cultivation star. Not only did it require overwhelming strength, but also great personal skill and charisma. Time passed slowly as the two women reveled in their reunion, seemingly never running out of words to say to one another. Yang Kai did not try to interrupt them and simply sat aside, listening attentively. It was not until evening that Xianxia seemed to come back to her senses and apologized to Yang Kai. It seems we've become lost in our conversation. Senior Xianxia is too serious. I can understand how you feel. If he had met Su Yan again like this, he would likely not have shown any more restraint. Your cultivation is now far beyond mine, so don't call me senior anymore. Xianxia smiled. On top of that, you are a sect master now, so whether it is in terms of strength or status, I am no longer comparable to you. If you call me senior again, it will only make me feel ashamed. Senior is my senior, that will never change. Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that he could despise his elders just because of his strength grew beyond theirs. If you don't mind, please address me as elder sister. Xianxia smiled. Su Yan and I now share a senior sister, junior sister relationship, and this is the star field, not Tongshen realm anymore, so there's no need to be tied down to our past. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then just as I address Su Yan, I will call you senior sister. Very good. Xianxia nodded. Thinking of Su Yan, she smiled knowingly. Su Yan should have heard about you by now, and although she mostly remains in the inner island in secluded retreat, not having contact with the outside world, before I left the sect I wrote her a letter. She comes to visit me at least once a month, so she must have seen that letter and know you are on Scarlet Wave Star by now. Can I enter Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked expectantly. Do you want to go? Xianxia frowned. Although Ice Heart Valley hasn't treated Su Yan or me poorly, Ice Heart Valley has moved quite overtly to search for you this time. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to show up in Ice Heart Valley, it is impossible to say what might happen. Then can Su Yan leave Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked again. Xianxia shook her head. Great Elder has extremely high expectations for Su Yan, and right now is a crucial moment for her as she prepares to break through to the Second Order. With the battles between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect growing ever more frequent, it is highly unlikely Great Elder will allow Su Yan to leave the sect. Then I must go, Yang Kai quickly said. You? Xianxia opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but as soon as she saw the firmness in his look, she knew that no matter what she said it would be useless and immediately sighed. Let me think about it for a moment. Yang Kai nodded and fell silent. After a long time, Xianxia sighed and looked up at Yang Kai again. If you want to enter Ice Heart Valley, you'll have to expose your identity and allow my Ice Heart Valley's people to take you in. There is no other way. Ice Heart Valley has never allowed men to set foot into its territory, and for thousands of years there has never been an exception. As long as I reveal myself, they will take the initiative to welcome me in? Xianxia raised his brow. I am not certain, because I don't know why Ice Heart Valley is looking for you. However, since the actions they took are so big, the Great Elder and Valley Master must have some concerns about you. So, I think it is possible. Then we'll do that. Xianxia grinned. I'll have to bother Senior Sister Xianxia with this. It's no trouble for me. I simply need to report to the elders, and they will definitely send someone over to escort you back to the sect. Xianxia said seriously, but are you sure you want to do this? If you enter Ice Heart Valley, there's no way to predict what will happen to you. It's fine. I just want to meet Su Yan as soon as possible. Xianxia nodded lightly. Good. Since you've decided to do so, I will contact them. Xianxia nodded, took out a communication artifact from her space ring, and poured her divine sense into it. Soon after, an obvious divine sense fluctuation came from her communication artifact. A moment later, Xianxia put away her communication artifact, turned to Xianxia, and said, 13th Elder is nearby. She will personally take you back to Ice Heart Valley. In the foyer of the inn, a beautiful woman in a full-length white outfit stared at Xianxia with a cold expression, nodded, and replied, Yes, he's the one. Xianxia, you have done a good job in finding this man. This elder will report to the Valley Master and Elder Council about this merit, and you will definitely receive an appropriate reward. After Xianxia sent her a message, it only took 2 hours for Ice Heart Valley's 13th Elder to arrive and meet Xianxia at the inn. On the orders of the Valley Master, Ice Heart Valley's disciples had been searching for Xianxia outside for a year now, so all of them were naturally familiar with his appearance. Being able to find him made the 13th Elder quite pleased. Many thanks, Elder. Xianxia didn't show much joy on her face and instead asked with some worry. Elder, may disciple ask, why has our Ice Heart Valley been seeking him? 13th Elder turned her head and glanced at Xianxia, her beautiful eyes flashing an icy light as she asked coldly, Are you concerned about him? Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as she spoke. He rescued me from a pair of brilliant flame sect disciples and can be considered my lifesaver. So, 13th Elder gently nodded, her doubts swept away and slowly said, We naturally have a reason for looking for him, but you need not ask about it. However, since he is your savior, this elder can at least tell you that Ice Heart Valley will not treat him poorly. Hearing this, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. 13th Elder next turned to Xianxia, examined him carefully for a while, then nodded in approval. Your strength isn't bad. What is your name? Xianxia. You're not from Scarlet Wave Star? 13th Elder seemed to be wary of Xianxia. No, I came from Green Mountain Star. Green Mountain Star. 13th Elder narrowed her eyes as some vague speculations came to her mind. However, unable to verify any of these suspicions here, she simply asked, You know that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are looking for you. So why have you chosen to go to Ice Heart Valley? Xianxia smiled lightly. I have some grievances with the Brilliant Flame Sect and have killed a number of their people. So if I want to seek refuge now, I can only choose Ice Heart Valley. After explaining himself, Xianxia asked back, Is Senior doubting my motives? One cannot know the hearts of others at the first meeting. 13th Elder did not deny the charge. But your choice is correct. Now only Ice Heart Valley can shelter you. And very well, we'll remain here for a day until preparations are completed. Tomorrow, this elder will personally escort you back to Ice Heart Valley. Many thanks. Xianxia suppressed his emotions and offered his thanks. At last, I will be able to meet Su Yan. Xianxia was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He wanted to see with his own eyes how she was doing now. Xianxia waited anxiously in the inn. As for 13th Elder, she was making some kind of arrangements in secret. That night, the cultivators belonging to Ice Heart Valley Sect and their attached forces took the initiative to launch an all-out assault on the disciples of Brilliant Flame Sect. Instantly, a myriad of battles erupted, consuming nearly everyone's complete attention. While it was still dark, 13th Elder came to the inn again and brought Xianxia and Xianxia out of the city. Roughly 30 kilometers outside the city, a group of about a dozen or so women were waiting quietly. After seeing the arrival of 13th Elder, all of them bowed their hands. "Let's go." 13th Elder did not bother with any nonsense and led the group forward with a wave of her hand. The dozen or so women scattered about, keeping Xianxia in the middle of their group as they followed 13th Elder towards Pure Ice Island. Wisps of different fragrances assaulted him from all sides, lingering at the tip of his nose, causing Xianxia to become aware he was surrounded by a group of beauties. These female disciples of Ice Heart Valley, regardless of their cultivation, all had outstanding appearances, slim figures, and assorted temperaments, each showcasing their own characteristics. While on the way, however, all these disciples would stare at Xianxia from time to time, their expressions somewhat strange. They had been rushing around for a year, engaging in many battles, all to search for Xianxia. So now that they got to see him in person, they naturally paid attention to him. All of them were very curious as to what was so special about this man that Scarlet Wavestar's two top sects were going all out to find him. For this man, many of their companions had died tragically while many others had unknown fates. Naturally, Xianxia did not miss the hostility these women were directing towards him. Of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him, at least half were directing hostile intent towards him. Xianxia was completely bewildered by this situation. If it were not for 13th Elder assuming command here, Xianxia estimated that these women would have already joined together to beat him before they bothered trying to speak with him. "Senior Sister Xianxia, they don't seem to like me very much," Xianxia whispered to Xianxia quietly. Xianxia gave a wry smile. As a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, she had participated in this operation, so she naturally knew why her fellow sect sisters were acting this way. However, explaining this was somewhat awkward, so she could only say, "Don't mind it. Ice Heart Valley's disciples are generally hostile towards men." Xianxia nodded, not doubting her words. The group continued to advance at an extremely fast pace. 3 days later, the group passed by a certain mountain valley. Suddenly, Xianxia frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. 13th Elder, who was at the front of the team, also seemed to sense something and shouted, "Enemy attack!" As soon as her voice fell, hot, domineering, and violent energy fluctuations burst forth. Several fire dragon phantoms charged out from the mountain valley down below and bared their fangs towards the Ice Heart Valley disciples. There were 8 of these fire dragons in total, and each one contained a terrifying power and killing intent. The timing of the enemy's attack was also just right. Even with 13th Elder's warning, the women from Ice Heart Valley were too late to react. The light of St. Chi shone from their bodies as the 8 fire dragons crashed towards them. Screams rang out as 2 women with lower strength were swallowed by the fire dragons and instantly disappeared. The others were caught in a precarious situation as they hurriedly tried to dodge. Xianxia stood to the side, protecting Xianxia as he narrowed his eyes towards the valley. From the mountain valley down below, several people flew up. There were fewer in this ambushing group than there were in the Ice Heart Valley's team, but each of these attackers was an origin-returning realm master. The 2 who led this group also had auras which were on par with 13th Elder. 13th Elder's phoenix eyes narrowed as her expression became extremely ugly. She had not expected that even after doing her best to act in a covert manner she had still been exposed. Before setting out, she had eliminated any possibility of them being tracked. For this mission, the dozen or so disciples she had arranged to help her escort Xianxia were strictly selected to ensure their absolute loyalty to Ice Heart Valley. Each of these women also had deep personal enmity towards Brilliant Flame Sect, so it was impossible for them to have betrayed their fellow sisters to the enemy. Was all of this just a coincidence? 13th Elder's thoughts flashed like lightning as she quietly shot a glance towards Xianxia. Finding that he was unharmed, she was able to relax slightly. "You Xueqing, you must not have expected this old master to be waiting here for you." A loud laugh came from below as a middle-aged man with pale skin appeared and began ogling 13th Elder's shapely and attractive figure. "Yan Chi Lei." Yu Xueqing grit her teeth and shouted lowly. The opponent's surprise attack had caused the death of 2 Ice Heart Valley disciples, so Yu Xueqing was making no qualms about exposing her killing intent. "It is this Yen." The middle-aged man took a step forward, I knew what happened on that battlefield 3 days ago was your doing. Now the question is, what are you sneaking about like this for? Elder Yen, why bother talking nonsense with her? We should just attack and get this over with. A short old man next to Yen Qilei snorted coldly and said. Yu Xueqing looked towards the old man and her beautiful eyes immediately shrank. Jiang Shi. Heh. I didn't expect that this old master's name would even be known to Ice Heart Valley's 13th elder. This old master is truly honored. The short old man smiled triumphantly. Yu Xueqing's expression turned even uglier, and she quietly signaled to the Ice Heart Valley women to prepare themselves while asking in a solemn voice. Jiang Shi, my Ice Heart Valley has neither grievance nor grudge with you, so why are you inserting yourself into this chaotic situation? Neither grievance nor grudge? Jiang Shi coldly snorted. 13th elder, are you purposefully talking nonsense? This Jiang has not forgotten the shame of 20 years ago. If you want to talk about grudges between your sect and this king, you should ask your Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder. That story is true? Yu Xueqing was visibly surprised. She had thought that rumor was just that, a rumor, but now it was apparently true. If this was the case, it was not surprising Jiang Shi had decided to side with Yen Qilei of Brilliant Flame Sect. It seemed things were about to become troublesome. She was not afraid of Yen Qilei on his own, but Jiang Shi was actually more difficult than Yen Qilei. Jiang Shi had cultivated numerous poison arts that were both difficult to defend against and deal with. The disciples who she had brought with her were not Jiang Shi's opponent, and to make matters worse, it wasn't just him and Yen Qilei they had to face. Those rumors were true. Xianxia looked at the short, ugly old man with a weird expression and muttered to herself. She too had apparently heard about this story. What rumors? Yang Kai asked curiously. It was said that 20 years ago, this old man wanted to marry my Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder. But not only was he rejected outright, 5th elder seriously injured him as well. However, I thought it was just a rumor, not something that actually happened. Him. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Sizing up Jiang Shi seriously again, Yang Kai was unable to find a single redeeming feature in his appearance. Not only was Jiang Shi short, but he also seemed to have been born ugly, with a fat, crooked nose, large, beady eyes, thick lips, long ears, yellow skin, thick neck, short limbs. Yang Kai had never seen Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder before, but judging from the quality of the women who were escorting him, this 5th elder was definitely not ugly. Jiang Shi coveting this 5th elder brought only one phrase to Yang Kai's mind. A toad lusting after a swan. Although the situation was extremely grave, Xianxia still could not hold back her laughter. Jiang Shi's hearing was naturally not bad, and as soon as Yang Kai uttered these words, he immediately turned his head towards him and said in an icy voice, "Boy, what did you just say?" Jiang Shi's ugly physique had caused his personality to become ugly as well, and the one thing he hated the most was others insulting his appearance. Yang Kai had undoubtedly hit upon his reverse scale. Yen Qilei also glanced over at Yang Kai and suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise, shouting in a low voice, "It's you!" At this moment, he could not help wanting to laugh. One really wore out iron shoes while seeking their feet. This gain had come without needing any special effort. Brilliant Flame Sect had been searching for this boy for over a year. Yet now, Yen Qilei had bumped into him by accident, so he was feeling overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood why Yu Xueqing had ordered a full-scale assault on Brilliant Flame Sect a few days ago. Obviously, she was trying to create a massive diversion to sneak this boy out unnoticed. Moreover, judging from the direction this group was traveling, they were definitely heading back to Pure Ice Island. So that's how it is. Yen Qilei nodded lightly before turning to look at Yu Xueqing. It turns out that this was your purpose, but it's a pity. Since you've met this Yen here, you're doomed to fail. Yu Xueqing was screaming to herself about how bad the situation was as she shot a glare at Yang Kai, blaming him for opening his mouth and creating trouble. At the same time, she shouted to the rest of her companions. "What are you all standing around in a daze for? Quickly flee! No matter what, this boy must be sent to Pure Ice Island." As soon as her words fell, Yu Xueqing pushed her Saint Chi violently and a burst of ice attribute energy visible to the naked eye spread out from her location, madly spreading to the surrounding area. This frigid energy seemed to create a frozen world as it instantly covered the nearby ground in a thick layer of frost. Xiao xiao xiao. Ice spikes suddenly appeared behind Yu Xueqing, each one thin and sharp, gleaming with icy light. Raising her hand, Yu Xueqing pushed her jade palm forth and sent the countless ice spikes towards the brilliant flame sect group. I've long heard of 13th Elder's prowess in battle. This Yen will accompany you here. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yen Qilei roared as he faced the storm of ice spikes without any fear and threw out a punch. With a bursting sound, a blazing hot aura flared up as a massive flame fist intercepted the storm of ice spikes. Hong hong hong. The ice spikes continuously shattered as the giant flame fist also gradually dimmed, the two attacks eventually canceling each other out entirely. Brother Jiang, you can do with those women what you please, but that boy must be captured alive. Yen Qilei diffused Yu Xueqing's attack with a single move, then shot towards her, while calling out to his ally. Heh. Since that's the case, this old master won't refuse. Xianxia grinned as he activated his poison art. In an instant, the surrounding 10-kilometer region was shrouded in a multicolored poisonous fog. Inside this dome-shaped poison fog bank, an unpleasant aura filled the air, causing any who inhaled too deeply to feel like vomiting. All the Ice Heart Valley women who were caught in this poison fog began feeling somewhat dizzy and had difficulty circulating their St. Qi smoothly. Not good. It's Xianxia's annihilating poisonous mist, one of the Ice Heart Valley disciples shouted in horror. No matter what, we need to send this boy off first. One of the Ice Heart Valley women echoed Yu Xueqing's instructions loudly. The Ice Heart Valley disciples suddenly returned to their senses after hearing this shout. For more than a year, at least 1,000 of their sisters had died tragically just to find Yang Kai, so now that they finally had him in their grasp, if he was to be snatched from them, all of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Come with us, a young woman called out to Yang Kai. With Yu Xueqing being entangled by Yen Qilei, this woman took charge. Leave. Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head slowly. That old frog is stronger than you, and this poisonous fog is not simple. If you try to run, you'll only be tortured to death. Enough of your nonsense. If I say leave, you leave. The young woman grit her teeth hard and screamed. This old man is strong. We can't resist him. Very strong? How strong? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He is a peak third-order origin returning realm master. On Scarlet Wavestar, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Only the top 5 elders of my Ice Heart Valley can compete with him. Don't just stand there waiting for death. And very strong. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You! The young woman's heart filled with grievances and dissatisfaction towards Yang Kai's flippant attitude. She had already explained the seriousness of their situation. Yet this boy didn't seem to care at all. Was he planning to just drag all of them down with him? We've missed the best opportunity to escape, a woman next to her said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had acted immediately after 13th Elder warned them, they might have managed to escape, but after being delayed here for so long by Yang Kai, how could they possibly flee now? Xianxia hated Ice Heart Valley deeply, and his strength was extremely high. On top of that, the poison arts he used were extremely difficult to deal with, so the fate of this group of women was looking quite grim. Thinking so, the young woman glared at Yang Kai fiercely, grit her teeth and shouted, If we die here, it will be all your fault, and I swear I won't let you off even in the next life. Why so serious? Yang Kai remained indifferent. We just need to kill him. The young women from Ice Heart Valley were all dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was an idiot, all of them thinking that men really were foolish creatures. Didn't he understand how big the gap in strength was between him and Xianxia? He could not have picked a worse time to boast too shamelessly. During this brief delay, a potent aura had surrounded Xianxia's body, one that gave off the same feel as the poisonous fog around them. Only this time it was denser, making it impossible to see his figure. Only the old man's creepy laughter gave away his position. Assist this old master, but remember, don't kill any of these women. These cheap sluts from Iceheart Valley are all going to serve this old master from now on, and learn there's more to a man than just his face. Xianxia shouted wickedly. The other cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect rolled their eyes when they heard this command, but knowing they were not as strong as this old man, they could only nod their heads and cooperate. Immediately after Xianxia shouted, a rich fire attribute Saint Chi rolled towards the Iceheart Valley group. Here they come. We have more people than them, so focus on defending first. Be especially wary of Xianxia's poisonous fog. The leading young woman called out as the 10 or so Iceheart Valley women began pushing their Saint Chi together, plunging the temperature around them. Turning to look at Xianxia again, the young woman ordered, "You hide behind. Hey, what are you doing?" As she was shouting, she actually saw Xianxia take a step forward to meet Xianxia and the Brilliant Flame Sect disciples head-on, as if he didn't care at all about whether he lived or died. Get back! The young woman was shocked. On the other side, Yu Xueqing, who was entangled with Yan Qilei, noticed something was wrong and turned her head to check out the situation, only to have her beautiful face immediately go pale. In this moment of distraction, Yan Qilei was able to seize the initiative in their battle and gain the upper hand, forcing Yu Xueqing onto the defensive as she cursed Xianxia for not understanding the situation he was in and acting so recklessly. She knew that everything was over. Not only would it now be impossible to bring Xianxia back to Iceheart Valley, but the dozen disciples she had brought with her would all probably die as well. As for herself, the chances of her escaping with her life were less than 30%. Right now, Yu Xueqing was feeling incredibly anxious, but there was simply nothing she could do. This boy is somewhat interesting, and Elder Yen strictly ordered us to not take his life, so we can only capture him alive. This will be a bit troublesome. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was rapidly approaching him, and condensed his poisonous mist around his fist before punching towards him. In the blink of an eye, this mass of poisonous mist flew over to Xianxia, transformed into a rope, then attempted to wrap around him. It's over. The young woman behind Xianxia felt her heart sink as she could barely bring herself to watch what was sure to happen next. If it weren't for Xianxia wasting time with his stupid questions and then rushing out foolishly, they would have at least had some chance of completing this task, making the sacrifices and injuries they were certain to suffer worthwhile, but now even that was impossible. As if the poisonous mist had a mind of its own, it wrapped around and tied up Xianxia's body. Your Brilliant Flame Sect seems to have some use for this brat, so I'll leave him to you, Xianxia commanded, without even sparing Xianxia another glance, flying past him as he aimed for the crowd of young women not far ahead. The Brilliant Flame Sect disciples exchanged a glance before one of them rushed over towards Xianxia while the others followed after Xianxia. A team of 8 passed by Xianxia in the next instant. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light. Blood splattered and broken limbs flew out. The vital auras of several people instantly vanished. Pieces of hashed meat and broken bone fell like rain, crashing down to the ground and creating an extremely bloody sight. Perceiving the energy fluctuations behind himself, Xianxia frowned and looked back suspiciously. The next instant, his eyes bulged, and he quickly turned around and directed a solemn yet shocked gaze towards Xianxia. The poison mist rope which he used to tie up this little brat had disappeared at some unknown point, and all the Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators who had been behind him just now were dead. There were no sounds of battle, nor screams before death. Only a momentary energy fluctuation, and then 7 Origin returning Realm Master cultivators had died inexplicably. Suddenly, Xianxia felt the situation was far more precarious than he anticipated, and a chill ran up his spine. What just happened? Over on the Iceheart Valley side, the group of women were equally stunned. The leading young woman was even shivering slightly as she wore a blank look on her face, wondering if she was seeing things. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed as only she wore a look of understanding. Xianxia insisting they not run and even taking the initiative to meet the enemy had really ended up how she thought it would. She didn't know Xianxia very well, but from Su Yan, she understood that Xianxia was a man who could always perform miracles and fought against those who had higher cultivations than him like it was commonplace. Before, she was just guessing this to be the case here, but the facts were laid out before her. The 7 brilliant flame sect disciples were all first-order to third-order origin returning realm masters, but the moment they passed by Xianxia, they had all died in an instant. This could no longer be described as the ability to fight above one's realm. It was nothing less than a miracle. No one knew exactly how Xianxia accomplished this, only that there was a flash of golden light just before everything ended. How? The lead young woman stared at Xianxia in shock. At this moment, a golden thread was floating leisurely in front of Xianxia. This golden thread gave off a strange aura, one filled with potent vitality, as if it was alive. From this aura alone, it was clear this golden thread was not to be underestimated. With a faint smile on his face, Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a somewhat mocking grin. Xianxia instantly felt tremendous pressure, as if he was not facing a second-order origin returning realm boy but a genuine origin king. Forcefully dispelling the uneasiness in his heart, Xianxia shouted in a low voice, "Little brat, you dare play the pig to eat a tiger? You were the ones who decided to underestimate me." Xianxia grinned, not showing any kind of panic as he lightly said, "Old frog, are you ready to die?" "Shameless boasting," Xianxia sternly shouted as he released his Shi, trying to suppress Xianxia. Shi nearly at the grand accomplishment stage. Xianxia raised his brow, and immediately understood why Xianxia was so feared by the young women from Ice Heart Valley. With just his Shi, which had nearly reached the grand accomplishment stage, Xianxia was indeed qualified to be one of the most likely candidates on Scarlet Wavestar to break through to the Origin King realm. This extremely powerful Shi spread out rapidly and soon approached Xianxia. Immediately before the Shi reached Xianxia, however, an invisible power not inferior to Xianxia's burst out from Xianxia's body and pushed it back. This collision was silent and invisible to the naked eye. However, to Xianxia it was as if thunder had just gone off in his head. The Shi he was so proud of at this moment reacted like an egg smashing against a boulder, shattering to pieces and completely falling apart. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was the one enveloped by an extremely suppressive force. Xianxia's Shi. Xianxia was shocked, and his face turned pale. Only now did he realize that Xianxia was far from being as simple as he appeared. While this boy's cultivation was only second-order origin returning realm, his comprehension of Shi had greatly exceeded his own. Pushing his Saint Chi madly, Xianxia did his best to resist the Shi's influence on him, releasing a multicolored poisonous mist from his body wantonly, forming a kind of protective shell around himself while also sending a blast of it towards Xianxia in an attempt to counterattack. Although Xianxia had fallen into a disadvantage in terms of Shi, he was naturally not going to just stand there frozen and surrender. His speciality was using poison, and the poisonous mist he had just shot out was incredibly lethal to anyone it managed to invade. Xianxia frowned when he saw this and did not dare take risks. After considering his options for a moment, he stretched out his hand and summoned the Firebird artifact spirit. Accompanied by a sharp, shrill cry, a several dozen meter-long flaming bird appeared above Xianxia's head, opened its beak, and sprayed out a stream of fireballs towards Xianxia. Xianxia was taken aback as his poisonous fog was absolutely no match for the Firebird's attack. Instead, his poisonous mist was rapidly burned down by the Firebird's fireballs, after which, the protective layer of fog he had surrounded himself with rapidly began evaporating, revealing his extremely embarrassed figure. The speed and frequency of the Firebird's fireballs rapidly increased, leaving Xianxia completely suppressed, unable to fight back. Xianxia had to continuously push his Saint Chi to replace the poisonous fog around his body. However, Xianxia was unable to keep up with the rate of loss and his defenses were soon broken, forcing him out into the open again. Xianxia stood in place and stared at Xianxia coldly, grinning as he taunted, "Old frog, you're too weak." The women from Ice Heart Valley all stared dully at this scene. The strange Firebird and Xianxia's Shi were completely suppressing Xianxia, and if Xianxia found the right opportunity, Xianxia would most likely be killed here and now. They simply could not comprehend what it was they were witnessing. They had just prepared themselves to suffer heavy casualties as they believed that this disaster was inescapable. They had expected the worst to happen. But now, after acting so low-key, Xianxia had made a shocking move and his performance had completely overwhelmed their expectations. Just this firebird alone was enough to suppress Xianxia to the point where he was having difficulty protecting himself, having no spare energy to deal with them. Perhaps this time, none of them would have to die. Everyone was excited as this thought filled their heads, and the looks they gave Xianxia gradually changed from their original hostility to wonder and gratitude. The firebird continued to increase the intensity of its attack, shooting out flames not only from its mouth but also from its wings, preventing Xianxia's poisonous fog from spreading out while also inflicting numerous big and small burns on his body. The smell of burnt flesh gradually began to diffuse. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned fierce as he summoned an artifact and spat a mouthful of multicolored poisonous mist onto it. The artifact rapidly absorbed the poisonous mist before transforming into a massive 5-colored python. This poisonous python twisted its body and rushed directly into the sky to face the firebird, displaying an incredible might. Taking this opportunity, Xianxia once again pushed his Saint Qi to free himself from Xianxia's sure suppression, then charged towards him. He obviously wanted to use this opening to kill Xianxia. As long as Xianxia died, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. As for brilliant flame sect Yen Qilei's words, at this moment he could not even protect himself, so how was he supposed to care? In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had rushed to a position only 10 meters away from Xianxia, and many jets of poisonous mist shot out from his figure and towards Xianxia. At this time, the Ice Heart Valley disciples finally recovered, and the leading young woman shouted, "Help him!" As she spoke, powerful ice attribute Saint Qi surged out of her tender body and condensed into a large ice spike that flew out towards Xianxia. The other women also reacted, and each used their strongest secret techniques to attack Xianxia. A golden light suddenly flashed as a golden blood thread appeared in front of Xianxia again before flickering and disappearing once more. Xianxia felt a deathly chill grip his soul, warning him that if he did not flee now, he would surely die. Freezing in place awkwardly, he grit his teeth and dove to the side. The golden blood thread suddenly appeared as it shot through the afterimage Xianxia left behind when he hastily dodged. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat, but before he could recover, the attacks from the 10 or so Ice Heart Valley women were already upon him. The place where he stood was instantly covered by hundreds of ice lances. Chaotic energy fluctuations filled the air as Xianxia's muffled cries rang out, signaling that he was injured. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley weren't as strong as Xianxia in terms of cultivation, and one-on-one, any of them would be killed in mere breaths. But the power of nearly a dozen of them attacking all at once was not to be underestimated. Dust flew up, covering everyone's view. The young woman leading the Ice Heart Valley disciples felt her heart pound as she stared at that spot nervously. "Did he die?" someone asked anxiously. As soon as these words fell, however, Xianxia's voice echoed from far away. "Ice Heart Valley sluts. This old master won't forget this. Sooner or later, this old master will destroy your pure ice island and devastate each one of you to death." He had clearly escaped at some unknown point. The lead young woman turned pale as she turned to look in the direction Xianxia's voice came from. There, she saw a multicolored light flying away at an extremely fast speed. Naturally, it was Xianxia. She immediately turned back to look at Xianxia, expecting him to give chase. But the sight there dumbfounded her once again, as Xianxia had also mysteriously disappeared. The young woman searched around for a moment before turning back in the direction where Xianxia was fleeing, where she spotted a figure standing in front of him and understood. This battle had exceeded the level she was capable of comprehending or interfering with. Whether it was Xianxia or Xianxia, their strength far exceeded her own. She did not even know when Xianxia and Xianxia had moved. "How did you?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was blocking his way as if he was staring at a ghost. He had taken advantage of the chaotic explosion just now to blind his opponents and use a secret technique to escape, thinking that none were the wiser. But this young man had actually seen through his plans and somehow managed to overtake and intercept him. Although he was feeling terrified inside, Xianxia was also a decisive person and understanding that he could not escape without breaking through the blockade, Xianxia. Therefore, he clenched his fists and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, causing his aura to increase 30%, while a crimson hue appeared around his body. He then charged towards Yang Kai mercilessly. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he simply snorted and spat. "You court death!" Without trying to evade, Yang Kai clenched his fist and condensed a layer of golden light around it, causing a faint metallic scraping to ring out as an incredibly sharp aura wrapped around him. 5 elements: indestructible sword chi, metal sword chi. Among the 5 elements sword chi's, metal was the sharpest. Using this metal sword chi, Yang Kai's fist became shrouded in countless sword blades difficult to see with the naked eye. Perceiving the terrifying power and sharpness of this fist, Xianxia naturally did not just sit still and once again condensed a thick poisonous smoke around his body. When Yang Kai's fist flew out and slammed into Xianxia's body, though, the poisonous fog was instantly scattered, after which the crimson hue covering his body also collapsed. Xianxia's Saint Qi defense had failed to provide him with any protection as the countless tiny golden sword lights easily sliced through it. The sound of bones shattering rang out as Xianxia's body was knocked backwards and blood spurted from his mouth. His hideous face filled with horror as he desperately tried to stabilize his figure. But the golden light from the Yang Kai's golden blood thread caught up before he could and instantly surrounded him. When the golden light faded, Xianxia's whole body collapsed into countless pieces and fell from the sky. Scarlet Wave Star's famous Xianxia, a master qualified to break through to the Origin King realm, had fallen. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley's cheeks flushed as they cheered in excitement. Yan Qilei, who was locked in a fierce battle with Yu Xueqing, also gawked as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his movements becoming sluggish in that instant. Yu Xueqing was not the 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley just for show. Although her rank was a bit low, her strength was praiseworthy. So, how could she miss such an opportunity? Taking advantage of this shift in momentum, Yu Xueqing launched a fierce counterattack and swiftly forced Yan Qilei onto the defensive. She too was quite shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai could actually kill Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's poison arts were notoriously difficult to handle. Even if she had been the one fighting him, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, Yang Kai had killed Xianxia in less than 30 breaths of time. In Ice Heart Valley, it was likely only the Great Elder could accomplish this. Was this young man comparable to Great Elder Ran? Yu Xueqing's heart trembled as she felt she needed to re-examine Yang Kai. "Senior brother, please help 13th Elder." The young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group called out to Yang Kai suddenly. "Sure." Yang Kai nodded faintly, stretching out his hand and pointing to Yan Qilei as he called out, "Kill him!" The firebird immediately flew straight towards Yan Qilei. Yan Qilei and Yu Xueqing were an even match for one another, neither able to defeat the other in short order. So with the addition of the firebird artifact spirit, Yan Qilei instantly found himself suppressed and rapidly losing the strength to fight back or even protect himself. "Boy, I am an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect. If you dare take action against me, you'll die a miserable death. Cease now. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the star field, Brilliant Flame Sect will never let you go." Yan Qilei shouted angrily, hoping he could make Yang Kai back down and not join forces with Yu Xueqing. As long as Yang Kai didn't involve himself, Yu Xueqing wouldn't have enough ability to stop him and he could still escape calmly. As such, whether he lived or died was in Yang Kai's hands. Yu Xueqing frowned and hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, there's no need to fear him. His Brilliant Flame Sect is indeed strong, but my Ice Heart Valley is not weak. Naturally, we will protect you if you help me kill this villain." She was worried that Yang Kai would give in to Yan Qilei's threats. After all, Yan Qilei was different from Xianxia. Although Xianxia's strength was high, he was just a lone cultivator. If he was killed, no one would seek revenge for him, but Yan Qilei was an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect, so there was a huge backer behind him. "Naturally, I'll help you kill him." Yang Kai grinned towards Yan Qilei sarcastically. "Trying to threaten and intimidate me after things have gotten to this point? Are all your Brilliant Flame Sect people so stupid?" Yan Qilei's face turned pale. "By the way, I forgot to tell you, this isn't the first time I killed someone from your Brilliant Flame Sect. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden, and I also killed a guy named Zhangqing in the Blood Prison some time ago. Weren't they all from your Brilliant Flame Sect as well?" Xianxia really panicked this time. He had not expected that Yang Kai would have such a deep grudge with Brilliant Flame Sect. Whether it was Kong Wendong or Zhang Qing, both were famous figures in Brilliant Flame Sect, elder-level figures who even ranked above him. However, Kong Wendong had simply failed to return from the Emperor Garden while Zhang Qing had gone to the Blood Prison and had not been heard from yet. If what Yang Kai said was true, though, didn't that mean that they and everyone who accompanied them had died at his hands? I don't have any kind of favorable impression of your Brilliant Flame Sect, so die. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as a stream of extremely powerful spiritual energy shot out from his forehead and crashed towards Xianxia. This attack was silent but extremely powerful. Like a sharp sword, it easily pierced through Xianxia's defenses and invaded his knowledge sea. Xianxia cried out pitifully as his face went white, his soul suffering severe damage. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she took this opportunity to push her shi to its maximum extent. With her body as the center, the area within a 300-meter radius immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air was frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on Xianxia's body, and the frigid energy began seeping into his body, affecting his Saint Qi circulation and physical strength. The firebird used this opening to pounce, opening its giant maw and swallowing Xianxia into its abdomen. The firebird artifact spirit's stomach bulged visibly as something inside of it seemed to be struggling, but it was quickly suppressed by the firebird's intense flames. As time passed, this struggle became smaller and smaller until it eventually disappeared. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the firebird's body before it turned into a stream of light and returned to Yang Kai's body. Xianxia obviously also cultivated the heaven-scorching thunder-fire secret technique, just like Zhang Qing and Kong Wendong. So after his death, his heaven-scorching thunder-fire was swallowed by the firebird to strengthen itself, and so the crisis had been rapidly resolved with a completely unexpected ending. Yu Xueqing stood in place, looking at Yang Kai with complicated eyes while breathing heavily. The other women from Ice Heart Valley also wore shocked expressions. Only Xianxia was showing a happy smile. After a long silence, Yu Xueqing was barely able to accept the reality in front of her and nodded to Yang Kai. Many thanks. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai suddenly taking action, it would have been a miracle for even 2 or 3 of Ice Heart Valley's team to escape. But now, not only were most of them essentially unharmed, they had even managed to kill several of Brilliant Flame Sect's people. Yu Xueqing was naturally incredibly grateful to Yang Kai. No need for thanks, I was just protecting myself. Can we set off now? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yu Xueqing nodded before getting one of her subordinates to clean up the battlefield, then leading the group towards Pure Ice Island again. This time no one showed any ill will towards Yang Kai. They all dismissed their original hostility and no longer surrounded Yang Kai to protect him as before. The battle against Brilliant Flame Sect's people had made all of them realize that Yang Kai was the strongest in this group. He did not need their protection at all. Along the way, many of these women would shoot Yang Kai curious looks from time to time. They could not understand how this young man cultivated. Obviously, he was only at the second-order origin returning realm, but his combat power was absurdly high. 13th Elder. Why have we been looking for him all this time? Xianxia took this chance to ask as she knew it was the best time to inquire about such matters. The other disciples of Ice Heart Valley also wore curious expressions as they turned expected looks towards Yu Xueqing. They, along with thousands of their fellow sect sisters, had been running around and fighting for nearly a year all to find Yang Kai. Many of their senior and junior sisters had died as a result, so it was only natural that they wanted to know why. Yu Xueqing frowned and with a slight look of embarrassment replied, I don't know the specific reason, but since Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him, our Ice Heart Valley didn't want them to succeed. Perhaps he knows the real reason. While saying this, Yu Xueqing turned to look at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, showing no intention to answer. You don't need to worry about this though. Since Sect Master and the Elder Council have decided this, they must have a good reason. Yes, the women nodded. Nothing more happened along the way as the team lead by Yu Xueqing traveled for another half a month. Only after half a month did this group arrive at a seaside city. This was obviously a city under the jurisdiction of Iceheart Valley, and once they arrived, Yu Xueqing brought Yang Kai straight to the space array and used it to teleport to Pure Ice Island. Once he arrived at Pure Ice Island's outer island, Yang Kai noticed a certain change and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Turning his eyes to stare in a certain direction, he seemed to be peering across space towards a distant location. At the same time, in a certain ice room on the inner island, Su Yan, who was in meditation, opened her beautiful eyes as her tender body shivered. At this moment, she too sensed something. She felt Yang Kai's aura. Since the two of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, as long as they weren't too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. Although the outer island and the inner island were a few hundred kilometers apart, that could not impede the connection between Yang Kai and Su Yan. She's here. He came. At the exact same moment, the two noticed each other's existence. Yang Kai stood in place, his expression softening greatly. Su Yan also hurriedly got up and went towards the entrance. But as soon as she walked out of her ice room, she was stopped by two women. "Junior Sister Su, where are you going?" The woman surnamed Zhou quickly stood in front of Su Yan and questioned coldly. "Senior Sister Zhou, I want to go out." Su Yan looked at her pleadingly. "No." The woman surnamed Zhou shook her head decisively. "Great Elder ordered that you are not to take a single step outside this room. Don't make things difficult for your senior sisters." "Yes, Junior Sister Su, the two of us are responsible for monitoring you and also cannot move from this place. Just because you are Great Elder's disciple, do you think you cannot put us senior sisters in your eyes? Please go back inside." The other woman also looked at Su Yan coldly. Being forced to monitor Su Yan was an incredibly dull task, one where they could not leave or focus on their cultivation, causing them no small amount of grief. This task had caused both women to complain deeply about Su Yan in their hearts. Also, they did not like how Su Yan was so heavily favored, so they did not even try to speak politely. "Two senior sisters, Junior Sister doesn't want to make things difficult for you, but I must go out. I promise I will be back in half a day." Su Yan bit her red lips and looked at them helplessly. "Junior Sister really doesn't put us senior sisters in her eyes." The woman surnamed Zhou sneered. "Have you ever thought about the consequences? What will happen if you go out and Great Elder finds out? What kind of punishment will we receive? I don't know what you want to go out for, but I'm not going to take responsibility for your truant behavior. Junior Sister is Great Elder's favorite disciple, so Great Elder may not punish you too harshly, but what about us? You do not know how severe Great Elder is. Could it be that Junior Sister wants to push us to the brink of death? Junior Sister may look like a beautiful flower, but apparently, she's nothing but a vicious snake." Su Yan opened her mouth, but no words came out. Although these two were clearly exaggerating things, it was also undeniable that if she went out, the two of them would be implicated. Su Yan's expression turned sad for a moment before she said softly, "Junior Sister has been inconsiderate. Her man had arrived on Pure Ice Island and was so close to her, but she could not go out to meet him, making Su Yan feel like a knife was being driven into her heart. Since you understand, hurry back inside." The woman surnamed Zhou coldly snorted. Su Yan nodded helplessly and turned back. Seeing the door to the ice room close shut, the two women standing guard outside sneered. The woman surnamed Zhou even snickered. "Finally, we've gotten some revenge." Did she think she could do whatever she wished after becoming Great Elder's disciple? The other chuckled and said cheerfully, "Who told her to have eyes higher than the top of her head? If she had a good relationship with us before, we wouldn't have embarrassed her here. We are her senior sisters. It is our responsibility to teach her how to behave appropriately. Then, should we inform Great Elder about this matter?" The woman surnamed Zhou contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. "There's no need. Since she was not able to go out, she won't be punished even if we make a report. It will not be too late to inform Great Elder once she really makes some kind of mistake. At that time, Great Elder will definitely not spare her. Senior Sister is wise." The other woman's eyes lit up. "Little brother, Yu Xueqing's call awakened Yang Kai and he finally retracted his gaze. Ice Heart Valley's 13th elder had a strange expression on her face as she lightly coughed and said, "The inner island of Pure Ice Island is in that direction. As a man, you can't step foot into it. We are now on the outer island, but if it weren't for the special situation this time, you wouldn't have been allowed to enter this place either. It is already Junior's honor to be able to enter Pure Ice Island. This Junior offers his sincere thanks to Senior," Yang Kai declared. Because he could sense Su Yan nearby, Yang Kai was in a good mood and suddenly felt that these women from Iceheart Valley were more radiant and genial. Although she did not know why Yang Kai suddenly underwent some subtle changes, Yu Xueqing didn't probe any deeper, instead just nodding and saying, "You will have to remain here for the time being. As for what happens next, I will inform you after I report to Valley Master and the other elders." Inside a small guest house on the outer island, adjacent to the sea, the sound of waves gently crashing echoed lightly. After Yu Xueqing arranged for Yang Kai to live here, she took her subordinates and left, leaving only a lower-ranked disciple to attend to Yang Kai's daily life. Before leaving, Xianxia cast Yang Kai a glance, silently telling him to remain calm. Yang Kai understood her meaning clearly. Now that he had arrived on Pure Ice Island and learned that Su Yan was only a few hundred kilometers away, his yearning to see her had grown far stronger. However, he also knew that Pure Ice Island was no ordinary place, so he wasn't about to charge in recklessly. Sitting down cross-legged in the small house, Yang Kai held Su Yan's ice soul bead in his hand motionlessly. Yang Kai did not release his divine sense, but he could clearly feel that hundreds of kilometers away, there was an aura closely tied to his own, sharing a deep and profound connection. Of course, this was Su Yan's aura. At the same time, Su Yan was also sitting in her ice room, her beautiful eyes closed tightly and her long eyelashes trembling slightly. The two of them were immersed in feeling each other's existence, feeling each beat of the other's heart. This kind of silent, invisible connection was deeper than any kind of verbal communication could be and allowed both to feel warm in body and spirit. At a certain moment, the two smiled at exactly the same time, and a wondrous energy burst from their bodies, crossing the barrier of space to meet at the center of Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai felt as if he was able to see Su Yan standing in front of him happily. Her figure remained the same as it had 30 years ago. He could even feel that Su Yan was reaching out to touch him. He responded in kind. This spiritual resonance between the two of them grew more intense as their auras gradually began merging. There was no need for words as the two of them were clearly able to sense everything about the other and know what they had experienced over these years, as if they had lived them, themselves. At a certain spot on the inner island, in Ran Yunting's ice room, Ran Yunting was meditating when she suddenly frowned, seemingly noticing something as she turned to look up into the sky doubtfully. In the next instant, the communication artifact beside her suddenly received a divine sense message. Picking up the communication artifact and pouring her divine sense into it, Ran Yunting learned of a certain piece of information, and her face couldn't help but sink. "Junior sister, you found that little brat, and even brought him to Pure Ice Island? So that is how it is. It's that little beast who is disturbing Su Yan's mind. Little bastard, you court death." Ran Yunting's eyes flared with hostility, and an extremely tyrannical spiritual energy burst from her forehead and smashed towards the sky, bombarding a certain spot above Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai, who was silently meeting with Su Yan, did not expect anyone to attack him at that moment. The resonance of their minds was different from interacting with one another via divine sense. The former had no killing and defensive power at all, while the latter was capable of attacking and defending. As soon as Ran Yunting used her divine sense, Yang Kai felt that his connection with Su Yan was cut off arbitrarily. Not only that, but the shock on his mind made his face pale and he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Who dares?" Yang Kai opened his eyes suddenly, his face extremely ugly. He could naturally feel that there was some murderous intent behind the attack which cut off his connection with Su Yan, as if his assailant did not care whether he lived or died. If Yang Kai's soul had not been far stronger than ordinary, he would have suffered heavy losses. This kind of injury to one's soul could not be healed by ordinary means. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly, but soon he shook his head helplessly. He was the one mostly at fault just now. After all, this was Pure Ice Island, the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley. In thousands of years, he was the first man to set foot onto its outer island, so him taking such rash action just now was truly somewhat improper. After thinking about it, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer concerned himself about it. But judging from the power of that spiritual energy burst, it had most likely come from one of the top 5 elders in Ice Heart Valley. After suffering such a loss, Yang Kai no longer dared to act rashly. In any case, there would always be a chance for him to meet Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai was not worried as she was the disciple of Ice Heart Valley's great elder. No matter which elder interfered with them, they would naturally not have targeted Su Yan as well. Inside Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes and her face paled as she called out loudly, "Honored Master, reflect on your mistake behind closed doors. If you try to do the same thing again, this elder will personally take the head of that little bastard." Ran Yunting's ice-cold voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan's face went even paler as she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out in the end. "You need to take care of yourself." Ran Yunting seemed to be quite disappointed with Su Yan now, and after leaving these cold words, she no longer spoke. In Ice Heart Valley's Elder Hall, the sect's leadership had all gathered again after their last meeting nearly a year ago. "Valley Master, what is so important that you had to call all of us here at this time?" one elder asked. Bing Long smiled gently and replied, "There is indeed something important, but it is a happy event." "Oh? What happy event?" Everyone became curious. "Elder Yu has found the young man we've been searching for and brought him back to Pure Ice Island." Bing Long did not keep them in suspense and said with a smile, "He's been found. Junior Sister Yu's methods are impressive. Finding that boy is a great merit." "Very good, very good. It has been more than a year since we began searching, and the sect has suffered many casualties as a result. Now we can finally have the disciples fall back and rest." "But Valley Master, did we ever discover why Brilliant Flame Sect was searching for him? What secrets or value does he possess that would cause Brilliant Flame Sect to seek him so doggedly?" This queen doesn't know." "Elder Yu, you brought him back. Were you able to learn anything regarding this?" Bing Long cast her gaze to Yu Xueqing. The latter, however, just shook her head slowly. "On the way back, I asked him, but he refused to answer. However, from my observations, he is definitely no ordinary person." "Why do you say that?" He should be a genius among geniuses. Yan Qi Lei of Brilliant Flame Sect died at his hands." "What? He killed Yan Qi Lei?" Bing Long's brow furrowed. "Didn't you report that this boy was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" "And he is truly only a second-order origin realm cultivator, but he is capable of fighting above his realm, which is why I called him a genius among geniuses." "Impressive." Bing Long nodded. "Xianxia was also killed by him." Yu Xueqing expression turned solemn. "In single combat and in less than 20 breaths at that." "Xianxia? That Xianxia?" The 5th elder of Ice Heart Valley narrowed her eyes as a look of shock appeared on her face. "That Xianxia? How is that possible?" Although Xianxia is not from a prominent sect and has always been a lone wanderer, he had many fortuitous encounters in his early years and his strength is extraordinary. Not only is he a peak 3rd-order origin returning realm master, his Sure was also close to reaching the grand accomplishment stage. He is one of the most likely candidates on Scarlet Wavestar to break through to the Origin King realm. How could he have been killed by that young man? "Junior Sister Yu? Are you making a joke?" "How could I be joking about this kind of matter? Junior Sister witnessed the entire fight with her own eyes, and there are a dozen disciples who can testify to the veracity of my words," Yu Xueqing said seriously. The elders of Ice Heart Valley all wore looks of amazement, several of them soon turning to their 5th elder, wanting to hear her opinion. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had personally fought Xianxia, so her thoughts on this matter were critical. 5th elder didn't refuse and after pondering for a moment said, "The last time I fought Xianxia was 20 years ago, and it took me a whole day to severely wound him, but I still failed to kill him. Today, I would not necessarily be his opponent. In Ice Heart Valley, the elders who could stand alone against Xianxia should number no more than 3. See, gasps resounded throughout the hall as the expressions of all the elders present turned solemn. Fifth elder was not making any exaggerations and was simply stating the facts. But because of this, it had all the more impact. Does this mean that young man's strength can rank amongst the top 3 of us elders? He is only a 2nd order if he breaks through to the 3rd order. It's more than that. Fighting and killing are 2 entirely different concepts. Him being able to kill Xianxia in less than 20 breaths means that only Great Elder is on par with him. The expressions of this group of elders suddenly dimmed as none of them had confidence in what they were saying, because they knew that even if Great Elder took action personally, she may not be able to kill Xianxia in just 20 breaths. After all of them realized this, their expressions only contained shock. It's a pity he is not a woman. Bing Long rubbed her brow lightly and smiled bitterly. If Xianxia was a woman, Bing Long would have done whatever it took to recruit him into Ice Heart Valley. Such talent had a much higher chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future, much more than the ordinary Origin realm cultivators. The reason why Ice Heart Valley was one of the 2 great forces on Scarlet Wavestar was that it had an Origin King realm assuming command of the sect. But, if there was an additional Origin King among their ranks, they could completely suppress Brilliant Flame Sect and possibly even destroy it, allowing them to become the sole ruler of Scarlet Wavestar. It doesn't matter if he's not a woman. He just has to marry one of our Ice Heart Valley's disciples. An elder suggested with a smile. Not a bad idea, but he may not agree. Another elder sitting next to her shook his head slowly. His strength and aptitude are incredible, and he doesn't seem to be very old, so how could he have any lack of women? There are likely many women who would willingly follow him. How could those cheap women compare to the elite disciples of my Ice Heart Valley? It would be his blessing to marry into Ice Heart Valley. Fair enough. The elders began chattering and expressing their opinions, seemingly quite eager to find a suitable candidate to marry Xianxia right now, so they could tie him to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Long lightly coughed and interrupted with an awkward expression. Have you all forgotten that Brilliant Flame Sect has been searching for him? Although Brilliant Flame Sect is not enough on its own for our Ice Heart Valley to dread. This matter likely involves Sir Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star. If we were to upset Sir Luo Hai, our Ice Heart Valley may not be able to bear his anger. All the elders' expressions darkened hearing this, and they all fell silent. You're right. This queen will find a chance to talk to him. At the very least, we need to know if Sir Luo Hai coming to Scarlet Wavestar has anything to do with him. If not, we can try to recruit him. But if Sir Luo Hai really is here because of him, Bing Long sighed softly. We can only hand him over at that time in exchange for Ice Heart Valley's security. Valley Master is wise. All the elders agreed with her decision. Xianxia's aptitude and potential were indeed excellent. He was able to fight above his realm and was also highly likely to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. But that was only a possibility for the future. After all, right now he was just a 2nd-order Origin returning realm boy. Between the wrath of a 2nd-order Origin King Star Master and a great individual with a bright illusionary future, which was more important, all of them could naturally distinguish. When Valley Master meets with him, this elder will accompany you. Ran Yun Ting's voice suddenly sounded inside the hall. Everyone turned their heads towards the entrance and saw Great Elder Ran Yun Ting walk inside. Oh? Great Elder is also interested in him. Bing Long was surprised. Although Ran Yun Ting's strength wasn't quite as high as hers, the difference was almost negligible. But since Ran Yun Ting brought Su Yan back to Pure Ice Island more than 30 years ago, she had been devoting herself to cultivating her disciple while ignoring all other matters and people. Now that she was taking the initiative to meet Xianxia, Bing Long was naturally surprised. Of course I am interested in such an outstanding talent. This elder is naturally interested. Ran Yun Ting smiled softly. Without knowing why, everyone felt a chill run up their spines when they saw this smile. Millions of kilometers away from Pure Ice Island stood Scarlet Wavestar's other peak force, Brilliant Flame Sect. Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters was located in the best cultivation environment on Scarlet Wavestar. This headquarters was extremely beautiful and filled with outstanding masters. In this place, brilliant flame sex disciples could cultivate at an extremely rapid pace. Scarlet Wave Star's two great forces had always stood as equals. However, in recent years, Brilliant Flame Sect had slowly been gaining the upper hand in their millennia-old battle. The reason for this was the rumor that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder had experienced a cultivation dissonance and been badly wounded. Supreme Elder-level figures were naturally Origin Kings, and although this kind of powerhouse would not intervene in the fights between juniors, such news had naturally affected the morale of Ice Heart Valley. Brilliant Flame Sect had been steadily taking more and more aggressive actions these past few years intending to suppress Ice Heart Valley. In the southern region of Brilliant Flame Sect headquarters, there were several huts built in a bamboo forest. These huts seemed simple and unremarkable, with a set of mountains behind and a lake in front, making them seem rather picturesque situated among the vast grove of red bamboo. At this moment, two men were sitting cross-legged across from one another at a low stone table. There was a simple chessboard placed in the middle of the table where a match was being played. On the left side was an old man with fiery red hair who, despite his aged appearance, had a bright complexion and skin that seemed youthful and vibrant as a thick imposing manner surrounded his body. Opposite him was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe with a golden crown on his head. In addition to these two, a middle-aged man was standing motionlessly roughly 100 meters away like a statue, only glancing towards the two seated men occasionally, his face flashing a trace of yearning. The red-haired old man and the golden-crowned man were engaged in a battle of wits. The red-haired old man made his moves extremely quickly, often not even needing to think about the position of his pieces before moving them with his fingers. On the other hand, the man with the golden crown often frowned and thought hard about each move he made. On the chessboard, the black pieces belonging to the red-haired old man seemed to take a commanding position, encircling the golden-crowned man's white forces. As time passed, the golden-crowned man took longer and longer to make each move, his expression turning more and more cautious. The red-haired old man did not rush his opponent, though, instead just closing his eyes and maintaining mental tranquility while he waited. At a certain moment, the golden-crowned man suddenly showed a grin, reached out his hand, and with a single move, reversed his unfavorable position, taking a decisive edge. The red-haired old man's eyes widened as he stared in astonishment. After thinking for a long time, the red-haired old man slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Luo Hai's chess skills have improved greatly. This old master is no longer your opponent. The man with the golden crown smiled slightly. Qihua, it is not that my chess skill surpasses yours. It's that you're too impatient. Your intentions and actions are written on the board for all to see. This king only needs to examine them to understand your strategy. Acting straightforwardly is not a misdemeanor. The red-haired old man shook his head and said, Life is so short. How can one waste so much time thinking about each possibility or consequence of his actions? And in any case, I have lost this battle. And it was an interesting match. The red-haired old man turned his head towards the side and beckoned to the other figure present. The scholarly-looking man who had been standing 100 meters away immediately stepped forward, walked over to the two seated men, and saluted respectfully. Wei Qing greets Supreme Elder, greets Senior Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded lightly, waving his hand to indicate there was no need for formalities. This scholarly-looking man was none other than Wei Qing, the sect master of Brilliant Flame Sect, so his position and status were not low. Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, he could not afford to act too arrogantly here. What's more, he had a good relationship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Qihua, so Wei Qing could be considered his junior. Why have you come? Qihua raised his head and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing replied respectfully. Reporting to Supreme Elder, there has been a development in the matter Senior Luo Hai entrusted to us. Luo Hai's eyes flashed brightly, but he quickly concealed his burgeoning expectations. Qihua said lightly, Continue. A few days ago, one of our spies saw Ice Heart Valley's 13th Elder Yu Xueqing lead a young man into Pure Ice Island through a space array. Although Ice Heart Valley put up a strict guard and our spy did not see the young man's face clearly, There is a good chance he is the person Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After delivering his report, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and kept silent. Although on Scarlet Wavestar, his position was under 1, above 10 million, Wei Qing didn't dare act out of turn in front of Luo Hai and Qihua. Brother Luo Hai, what do you think? Qihua turned to Luo Hai. Pure Ice Island is Ice Heart Valley's headquarters, and no man has set foot on it for thousands of years. Them bringing a young man in at such a time shows how much value they place on him. He might very well be the one I am looking for, and they plan on trying to use him as some kind of bargaining chip. And most likely they want to gain Brother Luo Hai's favor and have you act as a peacemaker to resolve their current crisis. Qihua seemed quite gruff on the outside, but his mind was still extremely sharp. Luo Hai simply laughed and said nothing. By the way, Brother Luo Hai, isn't it about time that you tell this old master what you want with that little boy? What is it about him that can cause a character like you to pay so much attention to him? Qihua asked suspiciously. He had been thinking about this question for a long time but was still unable to come up with any plausible answer. What masters like Luo Hai cared about was breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, or Origin King grade high-rank artifacts. Besides these two things, in this world, essentially nothing else could even gain so much as a glance from Luo Hai. A treasure which Luo Hai coveted was something Qihua was also extremely concerned about. But every time Qihua attempted to probe Luo Hai's intentions, he would receive only vague answers, leaving him helpless. Didn't this king tell you? That little boy used his second-order origin returning realm cultivation to survive the blood prison trial, and his aptitude is also quite good. This king happens to not have any heirs and wants to take him as a disciple to inherit this king's legacy. Luo Hai replied with a smile. So that's how it is. This is a great blessing for that boy. Qilu laughed and nodded while in his mind dismissing this obviously fake answer. Luo Hai was a second-order origin king and had refined a star source, so it was highly likely he would eventually break through to the third order. How could he now be so eager to accept a legacy disciple? Besides, even if he did want to accept a disciple, it would be impossible for him to drag so many people into this matter. If a second-order origin king announced he was looking for a disciple, there would be countless geniuses who flocked to him to fight for the chance. How could Luo Hai chase after a mere boy so doggedly just to force him to be his disciple? No matter how heaven-defying a genius this boy might be, Luo Hai couldn't go through this much trouble for that alone. There was definitely more to this than Luo Hai was willing to reveal. Since Ice Heart Valley has found that boy, then this king will go pay them a visit, Luo Hai said, slowly getting up. This old master will come with you. Qihua grinned meaningfully. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. Good. I've heard that Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array is quite powerful, with Brother Qihua accompanying me. This trip will go much more smoothly. He didn't try to refuse. Great. By the way, Wei Qing, tell that little bastard boy of yours to come and see this old master. This old master will bring him along to enjoy the scenery of Pure Ice Island. Qihua shouted at Wei Qing again. Supreme Elder wants to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island? Wei Qing was startled and said in a half-panic, But that boy! He knew better than anyone the character of his son. As the son of a sect master, Wei Feng's aptitude was actually quite poor. Over the years, Wei Qing had used countless pills and magical resources to try to improve his son's cultivation, but even so, Wei Feng had barely managed to enter the First Order Origin Returning Realm. Although Wei Feng had indeed reached the Origin Returning Realm, he was still unable to condense his Shi at all. In this lifetime, his son would likely never reach beyond the First Order Origin Returning Realm and would never possess the strength an Origin Realm cultivator should have. In other words, Wei Feng was just a bit stronger than a peak-level Saint King, and any Origin Realm master who had condensed their Shi to any extent would easily be able to defeat him. The Supreme Elder had always disliked Wei Feng, feeling he was a disgrace to the sect, and had even severely injured him once with a palm. But today, why did the Supreme Elder say he wanted to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island? Enough nonsense, since I've made a decision, you simply need to follow it. It's not like this old master is planning to kill him. Qihua always had a short temper and shouted angrily when he saw Wei Qing hesitate. Yes, A trace of fright flashed across Wei Qing's face as he quickly stepped back. Luo Hai frowned and turned to Qihua, not knowing what he was doing. Pure Ice Island was no ordinary place, and even if Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, he was still wary of the Pure Ice Grand Array that protected Ice Heart Valley. He and Qihua going alone would be the optimum plan, so why were they now trying to bring along a mere junior? What's more, Qihua clearly disliked this junior very much. After frowning for a moment, however, Luo Hai suddenly understood something and shook his head with a wry smile. Qihua laughed and said, "Brother Luo Hai, this time, this old master will have to borrow a bit of your momentum. Only this time, but don't go too far. Luo Li's strength is not bad, and if you really push her into a desperate situation where she uses the Pure Ice Grand Array, you and I will both suffer. This old master naturally understands this, Brother Luo Hai. There is no need to worry." Not long after, Wei Qing returned with a young man. This young man had good looks, but his sallow complexion and the dark circles under his eyes ruined his appearance. On top of that, at a glance, it was obvious he was the type to indulge in wine and women, putting up a strong front while actually being weak and cowardly. When he came here, the young man was shivering and his face was pale as he constantly kept gulping, his eyes glancing towards Qihua in fear and horror. Although he was already an origin-returning realm cultivator, he behaved like an ordinary mortal without the strength to truss up a chicken, hiding behind Wei Qing as if trying to seek shelter, not daring to face Qihua directly. Qihua glanced at him and coldly snorted, a look of contempt and disdain clearly covering his face. "Supreme Elder, I've brought Feng'er," Wei Qing said helplessly. "Good, you may leave." Qihua waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he remained silent in the end, simply sighing while looking back at his son and shaking his head slowly before quickly leaving. Wei Feng immediately fell into a panic as he watched his father's disappearing back and cried out, "Father? Shut up!" Qihua shouted. Wei Feng was so frightened he nearly collapsed to the ground in terror as he struggled to turn his head and look at Qihua, his face lacking any form of color. He had no idea why the Supreme Elder had summoned him. He had an extraordinary status in Brilliant Flame Sect and could rely on his father's power and strength to do as he pleased. But before the Supreme Elder, he was not worth a fart. If the Supreme Elder wanted to kill him, even his father could not do anything. Supreme Elder, disciple has spent the past few days behind closed doors, cultivating in the sect. I haven't made any mistakes. Please understand. Supreme Elder, don't kill me, please. Wei Feng stuttered and fumbled over his words as he whimpered like a baby, snot dripping from his nose as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed vigorously, knocking his head against the ground repeatedly. The contempt and disgust in Qihua's eyes rapidly grew stronger. Luo Hai on the side also slowly shook his head, frowning as he said, "Wei Qing is worthy of being the future pillar of Brilliant Flame Sect. So how did his son end up as such a waste? Defeated by a loving mother." Qihua coldly snorted as he angrily glared at Wei Feng and shouted, "This old master orders you to stand up." Wei Feng yelped in panic but dared not refuse, quickly getting to his feet, but still hunching over as his tears continued to pour down while he squeezed out a flattering smile, his face an utter ugly mess. "Can you not even stand up straight, you good-for-nothing waste?" Qihua's heart filled with grievances as he stepped forward and slapped Wei Feng twice. With 2 crisp slaps, Wei Feng felt that his face had been beaten out of shape and gone completely numb. Qihua was an Origin King Realm Master, so even if he did not use any of his cultivation's power, a casual slap would be enough to shatter Wei Feng's body. Fortunately, Qihua still had a use for Wei Feng, so he couldn't kill the latter here. Grabbing Wei Feng's neck and lifting him up like a butchered chicken, Qihua said coldly, "Boy, today is your lucky day. Weren't you obsessed with a certain female disciple from Ice Heart Valley? This old master is going to bring you to Pure Ice Island to obtain her." "Ha!" Wei Feng wore a blank look as he stared at Qihua, seemingly never having expected the Supreme Elder to have called him here for this. After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Feng became overjoyed and said eagerly, "Does Supreme Elder really mean it?" Su Yan's exquisite face, which seemed to be carved from the purest ice jade, suddenly flashed before his eyes, causing Wei Feng to tremble with excitement. "Do you think this Supreme Elder will crack a joke with you?" Chi Hua snickered. But what if Ice Heart Valley refuses to give her up?" Wei Feng asked. "They have no choice but to accept. Regardless of anything else, you are still the son of my brilliant flame sect master and possess extraordinary status. Marrying you is an extreme honor for a mere Ice Heart Valley female disciple. Even if they want to refuse, they won't be able to." That's right, that's right." Wei Feng's excitement had completely overwhelmed his fear, and he repeatedly nodded to Chi Hua and began to fantasize about all the things he would do once he obtained Su Yan, a stupid and obscene grin appearing on his face. Luo Hai watched faintly from the side and shook his head slowly. He naturally understood why Chi Hua was doing this. It was nothing more than another method to suppress and humiliate Ice Heart Valley. Chi Hua was using this opportunity to borrow from Luo Hai's prestige, something he had admitted to a moment ago. But Luo Hai did not care. The struggles on Scarlet Wavestar had nothing to do with him. He came here only for Yang Kai. Since Chi Hua only wanted to make use of his power to gain a small advantage, Luo Hai was willing to accept. After he ate the meat, Luo Hai could not stop Chi Hua from drinking the soup. As long as Chi Hua didn't pursue the real reason he wanted to find Yang Kai, Luo Hai wouldn't object. "Brother Luo Hai, let's go." Chi Hua turned to Luo Hai while still gripping Wei Feng in his hand. Luo Hai nodded and the two immediately turned into streams of light, disappearing from the bamboo forest and flying straight towards Pure Ice Island, which was a few million kilometers away. Pure Ice Island, the outer island. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation in the guest room. He was provided while trying to think of a way to meet with Su Yan. He couldn't set foot on the inner island, so if he wanted to meet Su Yan, he had to somehow get her to come to the outer island. However, Yang Kai soon realized that Su Yan had no intention to come out and meet him, as her aura remained essentially stationary somewhere on the inner island. Is she at a critical point in her cultivation and cannot move? Yang Kai was puzzled. If it were not for her cultivation being at some kind of turning point, he was certain Su Yan would have come out to see him by now. Yang Kai never suspected that Su Yan was not at a critical juncture in her cultivation but had been put under house arrest by Ran Yunting. But now that he was here on Pure Ice Island and knew that Su Yan was only a few hundred kilometers away, Yang Kai no longer felt rushed. There would certainly be a moment when they reunited. After their last spiritual communication was disturbed, Yang Kai did not dare to reach out to Su Yan in the same manner. He was a mere guest here while Su Yan was in the sect's inner sanctuary. If he acted rashly, it would only backfire on him. And so, he waited patiently for the right opportunity. The next day, Yang Kai was still sitting in meditation when suddenly he opened his eyes and called out loudly, "I don't know which senior has come, but Junior offers his humble greetings." A soft voice came from outside the door. "This queen is Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master." A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he knew that there would definitely be a high-level elder from Ice Heart Valley coming to meet him at some point, he hadn't expected the one to come would be the Valley Master herself. Ice Heart Valley's Bing Long was a character Yang Kai had heard about from Xianxia. Bing Long was the strongest master beneath Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Luoli, and was rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Did Ice Heart Valley really take his existence so seriously? With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai opened the front door and stood up solemnly to greet this visitor. Two women walked in from outside, both beautiful middle-aged women. The one in front wore a temperate but dignified smile and exuded a type of noble grace as she lightly stepped forward. However, the woman who followed wore an ice-cold expression, and even though this was the first time they had met, Yang Kai could sense some inexplicable hostility coming from her. Yang Kai frowned and wondered why this woman seemed to have a prejudice against him. Bing Long stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, swept her eyes over him, and gently asked, "Are you Yang Kai?" Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Long. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bing Long nodded lightly. "Truly a dragon amongst men. Your aura is calm yet profound. No wonder you were able to kill Xianxia and Yan Qi Lei so easily. For the act of saving Junior's sister Yu, this queen offers her sincere thanks. Yang Kai shook his head and replied politely. Junior was simply protecting himself. Valley Master need not be so polite. After saying so, Yang Kai turned a curious look at the beautiful woman behind Bing Long and asked, This is my Ice Heart Valley's great elder. Bing Long introduced. Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that this beautiful woman was actually Su Yan's master, and judging from her aura, Yang Kai could tell that she was the one who interfered with the spiritual connection between him and Su Yan yesterday. She seemed to have a deep prejudice and hostility towards me. Have I done something to offend her? Yang Kai frowned in confusion. Even thinking so, Yang Kai still cupped his fists again and said, So it is great elder. Junior has been disrespectful. Ran Yun Ting just snorted coldly, not reciprocating any politeness with Yang Kai. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bing Long's eyes as she saw this and wondered what great elder was trying to do here. But she hurriedly took control of the conversation. Great elder and I have arrived here uninvited. Please don't take offense. Valley Master must be joking. This is pure Ice Island. This Junior is merely a guest here. Junior should be apologizing for failing to take the initiative to visit and offer his greetings. A hint of approval appeared on Bing Long's face. She felt that Yang Kai was not only a cultivation genius but was also quite humble and polite, vastly different from other rising stars of the younger generation. Most of the so-called young handsome men had eyes atop their heads and acted insufferably arrogantly, doing whatever they wanted and parading around their strength as if they hoped everyone would know their strength. These young rising stars all seemed to lack the virtue of respecting the old and caring for the young. Bing Long's first impression of Yang Kai was quite good. Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting then sat down at a small ice table with Yang Kai while a female disciple from Ice Heart Valley served tea. Yang Kai did not know why these two had come here at this time, so he didn't dare speak rashly, simply sipping his tea while waiting quietly for them to reveal their purpose. Ran Yun Ting, on the other hand, had been glaring at Yang Kai since he took his seat, as if she was trying to pierce him with her sharp gaze. Fortunately, Bing Long took the initiative to make some small talk with Yang Kai, asking him a few irrelevant questions to lighten the atmosphere. After a cup of tea, Bing Long suddenly asked, Little brother Yang is not a Scarlet Wave Star cultivator, right? Yang Kai knew that she was trying to obtain some background information on him, but he didn't have a reason to conceal something so simple, so he nodded and replied, Indeed, I am not from Scarlet Wave Star. Then where does little brother Yang come from? My homeland is Tong Xian Realm. Tong Xian Realm. Bing Long frowned, apparently never having heard of such a place. On the other hand, Ran Yun Ting's phoenix eyes narrowed, and a faint light flashed across their depths. Bing Long had never heard of Tong Xian Realm, but she had. After all, Su Yan also came from Tong Xian Realm. This brat really is the one who sullied Su Yan's innocence. This little animal is preventing her from reaching the peak of the martial Tao. A faint murderous intent began leaking from her body as Ran Yun Ting thought of this, and although it was extremely faint, Bing Long still noticed it. After shooting a glance towards Ran Yun Ting suspiciously, Bing Long found that Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of this ill intent, so she did not make a fuss and instead smiled slightly. It looks like this queen is somewhat ignorant and uninformed as she has never heard of such a star before. Senior need not improperly belittle herself. My homeland is extremely barren and has no contact with the wider star field, so it is normal to not have heard of it.